You may be a beginner when it comes to building websites, or maybe you had your website made by a professional and you'd like to know how to use Spectra to tweak it. Or maybe you are a web designer and you just want to level up your Spectra skills. Whatever the case, this is the course for you. In this free course, you will learn how to use the project files to follow along, how to get your own domain name and web hosting to publish your website online. You will learn the basics of Spectra and how you can cheat the system to build modern websites faster. We will then edit the content of your website and you will learn how to add new pages, how to edit the header, the navigation, and the footer, as well as how to customize the identity of the website to match your brand. And of course, you will learn about how to make your website fully responsive. Hello, I'm Kay from the Spectra team. Now, the website we will create for this project is a website for web design freelancers or small web design studios. But of course, you can use the skills you will learn here and apply it to any industry. Because once you've completed the course, changing the content of this website by your content will be a breeze. Like for a law firm, for example, or for a cat grooming service. Now, before creating videos about web design, I actually personally ran a small web design studio for years. So I will share some of the best practices along the way. And just so you know, for most of this course, we will be using the free version of the Spectra Visual Website Builder. But I will also show you how you can enhance your website by using Spectra Pro. And if you're wondering what are the differences between Spectra and Spectra Pro, well, Spectra in its free version is already awesome. But with Spectra Pro, you get features like dynamic content and the loop builder to build custom dynamic websites, the pop-up builder with unlimited creativity, enhanced animation to bring your website to life, Image Gallery Pro for additional features like one-click redirects, Instagram blocks to add your Instagram feed into your website, countdown timers to boost conversion, Slider Pro to add stunning sliders, user registration and user login to customize these essential WordPress forms, modals to create modern and customizable models, global block styles, and much more. So if you want to build amazing websites with Spectra Pro, check out the link in the description below. Now, first of all, congratulations on starting your journey. You're on your way to level up your WordPress and Spectra skills. Now, in order to help you complete this website project, you'll find a link in the description of this video where you can download the course files. Now, once you've downloaded the zip files, if you're on the Mac, you can just double click on the zip file and it will automatically extract the files and create this folder. Now, if you're in Windows or Linux, it depends on which version you're using. But if you're using one of the latest versions, it's pretty easy. You just right click and you will find extract in the contextual menu. Okay, next, let's open the extracted folder. And inside this folder, you will find two subfolders, text and web assets. Let's start with text. So if I get inside the text subfolder, you see several files. And each file, as I open it, contains the text needed for that page. So here is the header text, so it's very simple, book a call. Here we got the home. So as you can see, it's divided by sections or containers. Here we have the text for the hero container, then the text for the services container, testimonials container, and so on. And if I open the other pages, it's exactly the same principle. So basically all you need to do is once you're working on the page and I'm showing something on screen, you can just open this file and then just copy and paste where it should be pasted. Okay. Let's go back and next we have web assets. If we get in there, as you can see, we got all the media assets, mainly images. Now I followed a naming convention so that it's easier throughout the project. And by the way, that's one of the best practices. So let me put it in this mode. And as you can see, the first three are ID for identity. So we got the logo, the dark version, the white version, the side icon. Next, we have our images. So for the images that could be reused anywhere on the website, I follow the simple naming convention, IMG for image, HOR because here it's a horizontal image, and the number. So here's 2, 3, and so on. Then here I get the vertical image, so IMG, VR for vertical, and then the number of the image. You get the idea. And for images that serve a specific role, I give them a specific name like here, quotes 2. Then we have service branding, service graphic design, and service web design. And finally, we got our team images. Now the images are already optimized and optimization is super important when it comes to the speed of your website. But we'll talk about optimization later on in this course. Now, to make your life easier, when I'm using a file during the course, you'll find a reference to the name of this file so that you can easily reproduce what I do on screen. Now, we're almost ready to build. But before we can do that, we need a domain name as well as web hosting. Think of a domain name as the address of a building. With that address, we can easily locate and reach that building. So in the same way, with the domain name, users can easily be redirected to a website and access its content. Now, if we go back to our initial analogy, the address gets you to the building, but the building itself is made of stone, wood, and other construction material. The building has several rooms as well as furniture and decoration on the wall. And in the same way, web hosting provides space for the content of your website, like code, script, text, and images that are physically sitting on a computer called a server, which allows the rest of the world to access your content. So I'm going to walk you through getting your own domain name and web hosting. So personally, I prefer using private mode when I do a purchase. So I open private mode on my browser, and now I can go to hostinger.com and click enter. Next, I'm going to click on WordPress, and then I'm just going to scroll down, and here you see the various plans. Now for the first year, you can get plans as little as $2.49 per month, and this comes with a free domain name. Now the business plan is the most popular plan because, as you may imagine, it comes with more bells and whistles. But for this tutorial, I'm going to use the cheapest plan. So click on add to cart, and next you need to choose a period. Now if you choose to pay monthly, first of all, it's going to be way more expensive because it's $11.99, and you don't get the free domain. Now if you choose 12 months, you will pay $2.99 per month, and that decreases if you want to stay longer. But I'm going to stick with 12 months. You can always upgrade later. So next, you need to create your account. You can either log in with Google or Facebook, or you can create your account with your email address. So I'm going to do that in a moment, but as you can see here below, we have the select payment screen. And here you can select your favorite mode of payments. In my case, I'm going to use credit card, and then just fill in the self-explanatory form. And once you're done with it, click on submit secure payment. So now I'm just going to fill in the information and proceed. All right, so let me click on secure payment. And there you go. I'm being redirected to the control panel. And next, click on skip. I don't want personalized experience. Next, click on skip, create an empty website. And here you got three options. You can claim your free domain, which is what we're going to do. You can buy a new domain, or you can use an existing domain. In our case, we're going to claim a free domain. Click on select and enter the desired domain name. Now, historically, the .com is considered the best domain, especially for businesses. But if you cannot find the domain you want with the .com, there are plenty of other extensions. So let me click on search, and the domain is available. So let's click on continue. Next, select the primary details like the country and whether the website is personal or for a company. So select your preferred option and click on next step. Next, enter your contact details, and once you're done, click on finish registration. So now it's registering your domain, so just sit back and relax. Great, now you can select your server location. So if you click on the pencil icon, you will see this map. And by default, right now, we are in North America, in Arizona. But let's say you are in Europe and most of your customers are in Europe. You may want to select a different one, like France, United Kingdom. You get the idea. But right now, I'm going to leave it as it is. So click on change and finish setup. And here at the bottom, you see a setup progress bar. Well done, you're ready. And here you can either view your website, but there's nothing in it, or you can go to the control panel, which is what we're going to do. So click on manage site. And before we do anything, we need to verify our email address. Now, very important, right after your purchase, you will receive this email from Hostinger. If you don't see it, just check your spam folder. So let's open it. And next you want to click on verify email to verify your account. If you open your email from a different browser, you'll need to log back in. But if you're in the same browser, you will land here. So our email address is now verified. So next you see here premium web hosting. So click on manage. So as you can see, the web hosting is already connected to the domain name that we selected. Next, let's install WordPress. So click on auto installer and select WordPress. Give your website a name. Make sure the administrator email is correct. Choose an administrator username and give it a password. And make sure you follow the guide to ensure your password is compliant. There you go. Next, click on the advanced arrow. And if you want to install your website in a subdirectory, you can enter the subdirectory name here, but we're not going to do that. And next, it's asking you to choose a database. There is no database, so the only option is to create a new database. Now give your database a password, and once again, follow the guide. Now, it's super important that you write down your passwords in a safe place. All right, let's scroll down and click on Next. Next, we have a few more options here, like the application version, but we can leave it as recommended. And if you don't want to install WordPress in English, you can click on the drop-down and select your preferred language. Next, you can choose your update schedule between turn off automatic application updates, update only to minor version, or always update to the latest available version. Now, we're going to leave it as recommended, update only to minor version. Click on install and enjoy the short flight. Awesome. So we're still in Hostinger, and this is the dashboard within Hostinger with specific options such as force HTTPS, which is enabled by default. And next, you can enable maintenance mode if you don't want other people to see your website while you're working on it. So you can toggle it on or off. I'm going to leave it off at the moment. Next, you can install a cache plugin. That would be the topic for another video, but just know that with Hostinger, you have a few options that make creating your website a breeze. All right, well done. Next, I will show you how to set up WordPress with the Astra theme and a starter template. So back in Hostinger, click on Admin Panel. And when you do that from Hostinger, you are automatically logged in. So here you have an onboarding process from Hostinger, but we're just going to click on Dashboard. And from here, you can start building your website. So now that we have our domain name and web hosting, it's time to set up WordPress as well as our theme and essential plugins. So in WordPress, you want to go to Plugins, Add New Plugin. Then in the search field, type Starter Templates. Click on Install Now and Activate. Next, we're going to select Classic Starter Templates. So click on Build with Templates. By default, it is set to the block editor, which is what we need for this course. And we're going to select this pre-made design called We All Love Nature. So click on it, and here you can upload your logo. So click on Upload File here, and you can either drag and drop or click on Select Files. I'm going to click on Select Files. Now, in order to help you complete this website project, you'll find a link in the description of this video where you can download the course files. And at this point, I suggest you add all the web assets that you'll find in the course files. So I'm going to select this first image here, then scroll down, hold the Shift key on my keyboard, and click on the last item so that everything is selected here. Next, I click on Open. And next, we're going to select our logo. We have two versions. So I'm going to use this one here, the light version. Then click on Select, and where you see logo width, we're going to change the size to 160. And just below you see the typography options. We're not going to change this because we'll change it later in the video, and the same goes for the color palette. So just click on Continue, and here you can select additional features you'd like on your website, like donations, automations and integrations, sales funnels, video player, and free live chat. But I'm going to skip this step for the moment. And here you can fill in the form to help developers make the products even better in the future. And once you're done, make sure all the options are selected so that Starter Templates can install and activate the Astra theme. It will also install the Spectra Visual Website Builder and set it up exactly as in the demo. So next, click on Submit and Build My Website, and then sit back, relax, and enjoy the short flight. And congratulations! Your website is ready and it took just 19 seconds to build. Yeah! So next, click on View Your Website. We want to start customizing the identity of our website, and we'll do that with the Astra Theme Customizer. And in case you're wondering why we don't do everything with Spectra, well, let's just say that we'll be using Spectra for the pages, but when it comes to options like the header, the footer, and other identity aspects of our website, we're going to use the Astra theme. Now, Spectra works with all WordPress themes, and that's awesome. But as you may imagine, it plays exceptionally well with the Astra theme. With its header and footer builder, its lightweight footprint, and its search engine optimization orientation. So there are two ways you can access the Astra Customizer. Either from here, you can just click on Customize in the admin bar, or you can go back to the WordPress dashboard, then go to Astra, Customize. But before we do that, let's go to Pages, All Pages. And here we see all the pages that were installed with our demo. So the first thing we want to do is hover over sample page, and we're going to click on trash. because we won't be needing this page. Next, hover over privacy policy and click on edit. Now we can close this pop-up. And right now the state of this page is draft, which means you can view it, but it's not publicly viewable. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to publish it. All right, so our page is now live. Now, ideally, you would replace this text by your own legal text, or you could use this as inspiration and adapt it to your own website. As always, it's always better to consult a professional for that. All right, now let's go back. Let's click on the WordPress icon here, and we're back in Pages. And what we want to do now is we want to change the order of pages. So first, hover over Home, click on Quick Edit, and where you see Order, we're going to type 1. Then click on Update. Next, hover over About, click on Quick Edit, and this time let's type 20. Click on Update. Next, Services, Quick Edit, this time 30. Click on Update. Next, Contact, Quick Edit, 40, and one more time click on Update. And finally, hover over Privacy Policy, Quick Edit, and this time let's give it a value of 100 and click on Update. Now you may be wondering, why is it 1 and then 20, 30, 40? Why not 1, 2, 3, 4? Well, simply because down the line we may want to add additional pages that have to come in between those pages. So basically giving it a bigger number just gives us more room for flexibility. All right, so now let's refresh our page. And there you go. Home, About, Services, Contact, and Privacy Policy. So now if I want to add a page between Services and Contact, all I have to do is check the value 30 and the value of Contact is 40. So all I need to do is give the new page a value between 31 and 39. All right, let me click on Cancel here. Next, let's go to Settings, Reading. So here you see that currently our home page is a static page, the page called Home. And we don't want to change that, but if you wondered how to specify the homepage of your website, this is where you do it. And if we had a blog, we would choose the page for the blog here. But more about that later in the course. Next, where you see for each post in the feed include, well, you want to switch it from full text to excerpt. And next, you may want to change the options for search engine visibility. If you're building your website, you may not want the search engines to index your website because you're still working on it. So we're going to select this option, but once you launch, make sure you deactivate that option. Once again, more about that later in the course. Next, click on Save Changes. All right, now we can start changing the identity of our website. So go to Astra, Customize. Then you want to go to Global, Typography. And here we're going to change the body font. So click on the little pencil icon. And where you see Font Family, you want to click on the drop down. And we're going to look for pop-ins. All right, let's close this. And let's repeat the operation for the headings font. Click on the pencil icon, Font Family, and one more time, pop-ins. Now, specifically for this demo, the H4 font comes with a custom font. So we're going to repeat the operation. And once again, we're going to use pop-ins. All right, so let's click on Publish to save our work. Now let's scroll back up. Let's go back one step. Then click on Colors. And here we're going to change our global color palette. Now the strength of the global color palette is that we only need to define our colors once. And let's say later down the line you want to revamp your identity and you want to go from this color to this color. Well, you only need to change it once. And as you can see here, all through the website, all instances that had this color are going to change in just one click. Now, let me put it back to the way it was, but you get the idea. So in the course files, you want to locate the text subfolder and locate the color palette.txt file. And all we're going to do is we're going to copy each color code to each color slot in the customizer. So let me copy color 1 and paste it in the slot 1. Color 2, color 3, color 4, color 5, color 6 should already be the right one, color 7, color 8, and color 9. Next, let's change the theme colors. So for the accent, click on the color icon and select color number 5. Let's close this. Now for the links, click on the first color, select color 1, and for the hover color, you want to select color 5. Next, for the headings, let's pick color 4, and the same thing for the body text, color 4. Next, where you see content background, click on the color, and let's pick color number 6. All right, now let's click publish to save our work. Next, let's go back to top. Let's go back one step and click on scroll to top. Now enable scroll to top. So click the toggle on. And first we want to change the icon size to 21. Next, click on the design tab. Set the icon color to color number 6. And the icon hover color to color number 9. Next, the background color should be set to color number 5. And the background color hover color should be set to color number 4. All right. Next, where you see border radius, you want to click on the link icon here, and we're going to type 90. So now it's 90 pixels all around. So now if we scroll down the page, we can see here our scroll to top, and if we click on it, it works as expected. Okay, let's click on publish to save our work, and let's go back. And next you want to click on miscellaneous and enable smooth scroll to ID. And as the name suggests, that will allow us to go smoothly from one element to another element on the same page. And we'll see that later in the course. Let's click on publish to save our work. Next, I will show you how to customize your website's header and footer. Okay, let's get started. And first of all, you want to change our website's header with the Astra header builder. But before we can do that, there's something I want to show you. So in WordPress, you want to go to Appearance, Menus. Then here in the drop-down, you want to select the header menu. Click on Select. Then click on View All. Select the Privacy Policy page and click Add to Menu. Next, click on Save Menu. Now, we will remove this later, but for the time being, just click on Save Menu. Now, as you will see, the WordPress Astra theme allows us to use different headers. And to illustrate that, let's go to Pages, All Pages, then hover over the home page and click on Edit. Next, click on the Astra icon, then scroll down to Advanced Settings. And as you can see here, the header enabled for this page is the transparent header. Now, keep that in mind for later. Okay, let's close this and let's go back by clicking on the WordPress icon in the top left corner. And let's repeat the operation for the privacy policy page. Click on Edit, Astra Settings, Advanced Settings. And here we can see that the transparent header is not enabled. Now to be more precise, it's actually inheriting the settings from the Astra customizer. So unless transparent header has been defined for the whole website, when you see inherit, it will inherit the standard header. All right, so once again, keep that in mind. So let me close this. Let's go back. Then let's go to Astra, Customize. And as you can see here, the logo and the menu are perfectly visible. But now let's click on Privacy Policy. And as you can see here, the logo doesn't make sense. Now the menu is okay, but just imagine we had light colors like white or light gray. It wouldn't work here. Now the good news, as I mentioned earlier, is that the WordPress Astra theme comes with header options. So all we need to do is tweak a few things to make it work in both scenarios, standard and transparent header. And since right now we are on a page that should not use the transparent header, let's start with the standard header. So in the site navigation, click on Header Builder. Next, click on Primary Menu. And then let's go to the Design tab. Let's start with the menu hover style. Click on the drop down and select Zoom In. All right, let's scroll down. And for the menu color, make sure that the text for the normal state is set to color number 4. And the text for both the hover and active state is set to color number 2. All right, let's close this. Next, click on the pencil icon next to menu font. Let's scroll down and change the font size to 13 and select the uppercase option. Awesome. And by the way we got here was through the site navigation, but we could also have hovered over any element here in the navigation, for example, the menu, and clicked on the pencil icon. We would have arrived at the same spot. All roads lead to Rome. Now, let's go back one step And next, click on site title and logo. And we're going to change the logo. So click on change logo. And we're going to select the darker version of our logo. So I click on select, skip cropping, and there you go. Now it makes way more sense for a page that does not use the transparent header. Now, while we're at it, let's scroll down and click on site icon. Click on select site icon, and let's select this file. Then click on the select button. And now this is what the website's visitors will see in their browser tab. Let's click to publish our work, transparent header. Now let's go back to the header builder. And this time let's click on transparent header. So as you can see, you can enable the transparent header on the whole website, which we're not going to do here. But to make things more obvious, let's click on the home page so we can load it, because this page uses the transparent header as we saw earlier. Next, let's click on the design tab. And for the menu color, let's make sure the normal state is set to color number 2 and the hover state is set to color number 6. So right now this move made our menu completely not visible, but that's because it's depending on the image background. And I will show you later on in the course how to fix that with the Spectra Visual Website Builder, regardless of the background image you're using. Now, if you take a look at the bottom of the screen, we see here we have a representation of the header builder. Here we have our site title and logo. Then here on the right hand side, our primary menu and our call to action button. And we can just drag and drop elements. So for example, here, as you can see, I've changed the positions for the call to action button and the primary menu, but it doesn't really make sense. So let me put it back the way it was. But what I could also do is add another layer. So I could put the button here on top, or I could put it at the bottom, but let me put it back. So you get the idea. It's drag and drop, and all you need to do is let your imagination flow. Now, this demo has already been studied to convert, so I suggest you leave things as they are in terms of structure, at least for the time being. All right, there's 2 more things we need to take care of. The first one is we're going to change the width of our header. So for that, we're going back 1 step, then click on the design tab. And here where you see width, instead of content width, we're going to choose full width. Awesome. Now the second thing we need to take care of is our call to action. And let's start with brand consistency and specifically the type of buttons that we want throughout the website. So for that, hover over the call to action and click on the pencil icon. Now you should land here, but just in case you land here on general, all you need to do is click on the design tab. Next, where you see text color, for the standard state, you want to pick color number 6. And for the hover state, pick color number 9. Now for the background color, for the normal state, pick color number 5. And for the hover state, color number 1. And repeat for the border color, color 5 for the normal state, and color 1 for the hover state. Next, where you see border radius, you want to click on the link icon to link the values together, and then type 90. So now we got 90 all around, and as you can see, it's now a rounded button. So that was just for the cosmetics, but now let's take a look at how the call to action button itself is working. And right now our call to action button is linked to a phone number, which means that when clicked, it will try to launch the phone app of your system, and we will keep it like this for the rest of the tutorial. But in case you want to link this call to action button to a page, here's how to do it. So let's click on the general tab and let's change this text to contact, for example. Now let's click on publish to save our work. Let's go back to the WordPress admin. Let's hover over contact, and where you see view, I'm going to right click and click on copy link. Next, let me go back to Astra, customize, then hover over the call to action, click on the pencil icon, and where you see link, I'm going to remove everything, and then I'm just going to right click and paste the URL I just copied. So let me click on publish. And now let's go back to the front end and refresh our page. So it's as expected with the changes we made. And if I click on contact, it's taking me to the contact page as expected. But as mentioned, for the rest of this tutorial, we will keep it with the phone number. So let me put it back the way it was. And let me publish. All right, let's go back to the WordPress admin by clicking on this icon. And next, let's go to appearance, menus. Click on the little arrow next to privacy policy page, scroll down and click on remove. Next, click on save menu. because the only reason why we added the privacy policy page in the first place is so that I could show you the difference between standard header and transparent header. Next, let's take care of our footer. So go to Astra, Customize, then click on Footer Builder. And as you can see here, it's pretty much the same thing as the header builder. It's very, very similar. And just like the header builder, this is the representation of our footer. So right here in the middle, click on the gear icon and then click on the design tab. And where it says background, you want to select color number 4. All right, let's close this. And next you want to click on footer menu, then go to the design tab. And for the normal state, you want to select color number 2. And for the hover state and active states, you want to select color number 5. All right, click on publish. And next you want to hover over the logo and click on the pencil icon. Or you could have clicked here on the HTML1 widget. Same destination, different ways. And by the way, this is a widget, which means you can add and remove widgets here in the footer builder, just like in the header builder. So right here in the side panel, I'm going to click on the logo, remove it, then click on add media. And I'm going to select the light version of our logo, click insert into post. And as you can see, it's a bit big. So I'm just going to select it here and just start resizing. Okay, much better. All right, so we got a navigation here, our logo, and here we have the copyright text. So I'm just going to remove it here by clicking on this icon. Then I'm going to click on the plus sign and I'm going to add the HTML2 widget. Now let me select it. And here on the left hand side in the panel, I'm going to remove everything. And by the way, I added the HTML2 widget, but there are other widgets like copyright and social, for example. All right, let me go back here and let me type privacy policy. Then I'm going to select the whole text and click on the link icon. Next, I'm going to start typing the name of the page I want to link to. And all right, WordPress found it. So let me click on apply. And there you go. Now this link is linked to the privacy policy page. Let's hit publish. And if you go to the front end and scroll down, let's click on privacy policy. And it works as intended. Now let's go back to our home page. And as you can see on this page, we have our transparent header. Our logo is the right logo with the light color scheme. And then you can see the zoom in effect here in the navigation. Now, as I mentioned before, the menu is not really visible. We're going to fix that later in the course with the Spectra Visual Website Builder. Now let's scroll down and let's take a look at what we built for our footer. So we got our navigation, we got our logo, and we have a link to our privacy policy page. So as you can see, customizing your website's header and footer was super easy with the Astra Customizer. Next, we'll take a look at the Spectra Visual Website Builder basics. Now, the difference with popular builders such as Elementor or Divi is that they add their own code base on top of the WordPress core editor. So it's more code, it's a dedicated UI, whereas Spectra uses the WordPress core editor. So the learning curve is going to be easier and it's also going to be a faster option. Now for this course, we will be using the free version of Spectra, so even if you use the free version, you can totally complete the course website project. But if you're using the pro version of Spectra, I will even show you how you can further enhance your pages. And if you're wondering what are the differences between Spectra and Spectra Pro, well, Spectra in its free version is already awesome. But with Spectra Pro, you get features like dynamic content and the loop builder to build custom dynamic websites, the pop-up builder with unlimited creativity, enhanced animation to bring your website to life, Image Gallery Pro for additional features like one-click redirects, Instagram blocks to add your Instagram feed into your website, countdown timers to boost conversion, Slider Pro to add stunning sliders, user registration and user login to customize these essential WordPress forms, modals to create modern and customizable models, global block styles, and much, much more. So if you want to build amazing websites with Spectra Pro, check out the link in the description below. Now in this video, we will also talk about Spectra AI and how it can significantly help you build your website. But like I said, if you're using the free version of Spectra, no panic, you'll still be able to complete today's video and the rest of this course. So let's get started. Okay, first, what is Spectra? Well, as mentioned earlier in this video, Spectra is a visual website builder. And if I can give you an example, if you ever played with Legos, whether physical Legos or in video games, You will know what I'm talking about, because basically Spectra is going to use blocks to build your website pages. So for example, if you wanted to build this building with Legos, you'd have to start with the foundation, and then you would need different types of blocks to build the whole thing. Well, the same goes for the Spectra visual website builder, and I'm going to show you how. So first of all, there are two ways you can edit your pages in WordPress. The first way is to hover over the name of your website, then click on Visit Site. Then navigate to the page you want to edit and click on Edit Page. Now the other way to do it, let's go back to our dashboard and then just go to Pages, All Pages. And now you hover over the name of the page you want to edit and just click on Edit. But right now we're going to create a new page. So click on Add New Page. Now let's call this page New. Now at this point, our page is not published, it's a draft. So if you just want to save it as a draft, click here on Save Draft. It will be visible for you as an administrator of the website, but it won't be visible to the public. Now, if you want the page to be visible to the public, click on Publish and publish one more time. Now I'm going to show you how to play with the blocks, but first let's take a look at the interface. So let me close this. And here in the top right corner, if I click on the three dots, we have many options, but the ones we are interested in are Spectra Page Settings and AI Assistant. We'll talk about AI Assistant later, but right now let's focus on Spectra. So if I click on Spectra Page Settings, which by the way, you can also access by clicking this icon here, you can see here we can add custom CSS. Now CSS allows you to style many elements, but if you don't know what CSS needs, you probably don't need it. The good news is that with Spectra anyways, there are so many options to customize the styles that you probably won't need CSS. But hey, in case you need it, you have the option here. Next, we see the Astra settings icon here. Now we're using Astra for this course, but everything is already set up because we used starter templates. So this is what you get here, but like I said, it's already set. Next, we have the AI assistant, and like I said, we'll talk about it later in this video, just like for the design library that you see here. Next, this icon allows us to open the settings panel, which you will need when you build content, but sometimes you may want to see the full canvas of what you're working on, so you may want to toggle it on or off. So let me put it back on. Next, we have the view page icon. So if I click on it, it's going to show us a preview of our page even before we actually publish it or save it. And right now, there's nothing on the page because we didn't add anything yet. So let me close this. Next, we have the responsive view. So by default, it's on desktop, but I can change it to tablet or mobile. And that's super handy because in this day and age, your website has to be responsive. It has to look good on desktop, tablet, and mobile. So let's go back into desktop mode. Next, we have the design library. And as mentioned, we'll talk about this later. Next, we have the document overview toggle, and that's super handy to see the structure of your page. You're going to see it when we start adding containers and blocks. So let me close this. Next, we have the redo and undo button. So for example, let me type something and then I just want to undo it. I just click there, or I want to redo it, and there you go. So let me undo that. Next, we have our tools icon, but we're going to leave it as is. And finally, the plus sign here is for our blocks, our famous blocks. Like I showed you with the Lego blocks, now we have our Spectra blocks. Now there are other blocks like the WordPress core blocks. If I scroll down, you see all the blocks with the black color here are from WordPress core, whereas the Spectra blocks have this blue color. Now there are many blocks. You see here container, heading, image, countdown, block quote. There are so many blocks with different features and abilities. So for example, let me drag an image block right here, and then I can upload an image or check the image from the media library. So let me use this one, for example, click on select, and there you go. Now let me click on the plus sign again, and now let me drag a heading. And one thing you notice is that when you select a block, the side panel changes here. So first of all, here at the top, you can see the name of the actual block. So if I click here on the image, you can see the name changed. Now it's the image block. Then we have three subtabs. We have general, style, and advanced. So general, as the name says, is going to be the general settings. Like in this case, we have the alignment, left, middle, right. You have the type of layout. You can change the size of the images, basically all the basic settings. Next, we have the style. So if I go to the style tab, here I could add a border. For example, let me click on solid. Let me add 10 pixels all around. And now you can see we have this border here. So I can also change the color. Let's say I want to make it red. And when we hover over the image, I can also change that setting and let me make it green, for example. So now when we hover over the image, as you can see, the color changes. Now there are more settings we can play with. For example, we can add a margin of 40 pixels all around this image, but let me put it back the way it was. We can add a box shadow. You get the idea. Now for each block, you're gonna have different style settings. So for example, if I select my heading here on top, you can see if I go to style, the settings are different. Here we can change the color, we can change the typography. So for example, if I click on typography, I can change the font size. I can add a text shadow if I wanted, but let me remove this. Now, if we turn this heading into a link in the general tab, then in the style tab, we can change the link color, we can change the highlight, background, and spacing options. But you get the idea. Depending on which block you're using, you're gonna have a different set of options, whether in the general, style, or advanced tab. Now, some things are common, but many are different. Next, we have the advanced tab, and as the name suggests, it's a bit more advanced, so more than likely you won't need this. But for example, here you can add animations, you can set the responsive conditions. So for example, you could say, I want to show this photo here. So let me go back on advanced. You could say, I want to show this photo on desktop, but I don't want to show it on tablet. So let me hide it on tablet. Let me click on update. Now let me click on preview. So as you can see here on the desktop, the image is fine. I can see it right here. But now let's go into inspect mode and let me change this to an iPad mini. And as you can see, the image disappeared. And that's because we enabled this option here. So let me put it back the way it was and let me click on update to save my work. And next we have other options like Z-index or HTML anchor. And about the HTML anchor, we'll actually see that later on in the course. And instead of you trying to remember all of that, no panic, it will be way easier once we use it for our website project. Now, let's talk about containers. So first of all, as you can see here, we added a text, we added an image, we can add a button, we can add anything we want. But let's say we want a more complex layout. So let's say we want the image on the left-hand side, we want the text on the right-hand side, we want a button just below the text. How would you do this? That's where containers come in. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this. So as you can see, when I click here on the heading, I have a toolbar here. I have different options. I can change the order of the element on the page. I can paste and copy styles. I can highlight text. I can use the AI assistant, and I can also make the text bold, italic, turn it into a link, yada, yada, yada. So many options. That also depends on which block you're clicking on. But right here, we have three dots, we have the options, and I can just hit delete. The other way to delete something is to go into the document overview. You can see our image here. I can click on the three dots and we have the same contextual menu. So let me hit delete. And next, let me click on the plus sign. And here I'm going to click on container. So now I need to choose which structure. So basically here I have left and right. Here I have three containers. Looks like columns, but really it's a container with three subcontainers. And as you can see, we have different types of layouts. So let me go with a simple one. Let me choose this one. Now let me open the document overview. And as I told you, here I have the main container, and then I have two subcontainers. Now, one of the good practices, especially if you do it early on, is going to be super easy. Just click on the three dots of the container, click on rename, and let's call it main container. Then hit save. And next, let's rename the subcontainers. So same thing, let me click on rename and let's call it container A. And for the second one, rename and let's call it container B. And that's going to be way easier down the line, especially when you have more complex pages and a bigger website. It's going to be super easy because as you will see later on in this course, when we talk about responsive websites, it's going to make it easier to transition from desktop layout to tablet layout and mobile layout. All right, so let me click on the plus sign again. And now let me select an image block. And as you can see, when you hover over a block, you get a preview and it's going to tell you exactly what it is and what it does. So let me just drag the image block here in the first subcontainer, which is container A. Now let's click on media library and let's select this image. Then click on select. As you can see here, there is also a plus sign here where I can add a block. So for example, if I want to add a heading, I can just click here and there you go. Now, personally, I prefer using the plus sign here, but it's really up to you. So let me click on the plus sign. And now I want to add a button. So I'm just going to drag a buttons group right below the heading. And like I mentioned, it's a buttons group, not just one button. Here you see one button, but let me open the document overview. And as you can see, it says buttons. And if I expand this, we can see we have one button. Now, one thing I could do is click here on the three dots for the options and hit duplicate. And now I have two buttons. So right now you can't really see what's on the buttons because we haven't fixed the colors yet, but don't worry, we're going to do it in a moment. So for the time being, let me just remove that button I just added by hitting delete. But don't forget, could also have hit undo and redo buttons. Okay, so now we got all the content we need for this container and the two subcontainers. Now, where is the magic? Well, let me show you. So first of all, we're going to select our main container, and that's where it's handy that we renamed it because we know it's our main container, right? And next here in the general tab, I'm going to close the container type subtab and open the layout subtab. So now take a look. With just one click, I'm going to change the direction of the content. So here, and as you can see now the content is ordered in a column style, or I can go back in a row style. I could also go in a row reverse like this, just one click, or column reverse. So as you can see, this is super handy. In just one click, you can completely change the flow of the content. So let me go back into the row direction. Now here you see align items, and right now items are aligned in the center, but I can change it to start or bottom. I can also stretch the content, but I'm just going to put it back to center. And when it comes to justify content, it's the same thing, but on the horizontal alignment. So you can have it at the start, at the end, you can have space between, space around, or space evenly. But if you're interested in this topic, we created a full video on the topic, so I'll put a link to this video in the description below. Next, how to edit content with the Spectra blocks. So let's start with the text block. Let me click here, and actually, sorry to disappoint you, but it's just super easy. You just type whatever you want and that's it. As simple as that. And as we already show, you can go to the style tab. You can change the color. You can change the typography, so you can change the size. Or you could say, let me select this and let me make it bold, for example. But I advise you stay pretty conservative with all these cosmetic changes because you can quickly get out of hand. But still, you have the freedom to do so. So let me use my undo buttons. Next, talking about buttons, let's see how we can change our button here. So first of all, let me click on my button. And remember, here in the document overview, you can see we have the button itself and we have the buttons group. So let me click on the buttons group. And within the buttons group, I can select the alignment and the button size. So for example, here, let me make it medium, large, extra large. So once again, let me undo this. And next, when it comes to the style, here I can change the typography and the spacing of the button, but I'm not going to do that now. Now, if I click here on the button itself, I have some presets. So I could pick this one, for example, this one, you get the idea. And now our text is visible. Now let me scroll down, click on the content subtab. And first of all, let me change the label here. So I'm just going to double click and type Google. And next, to add a link to this button, where you see link here, I'm going to remove the pound sign and I'm just going to paste the URL I want the button to take us to. In this case, google.com. Now I can even specify if I want to open it in a new window. All I need to do is toggle this option. And next, for search engine optimization purposes, I can decide to add no follow to the link. And I can even remove the label if I want to. So let me click on update and let's preview our page. And now when I click on the button, it takes us to google.com as expected. So let me close this. Now, if you want to edit the colors, you should know what to do now. Just select your button, go to Style. And once again, we selected the individual button, not the buttons group. So we're in Style and we can change the color. So color will be the color of the text, but it's pretty fine here with this color. And then the hover color, which is the color that the user will see when they hover over the button. Once again, we're going to leave it like this. Next, we can change the typography, but we're not going to do it here. And we can change the background. So if I click on the background subtab, here we see the normal color. So by default, it's using the theme colors, but we can specify it here. So either a random color or our global color palette from the Astra theme. So let me pick this one, color number 4. And for the hover state, let me pick color number 1. So now when you hover over it, as you can see the difference. Same thing for the border. Let's make it match. So for the normal color, let's pick color number 4. And for the hover color, let's pick color number 1. Okay, so it looks better now. Now, if you recall, we used the preset in the general subtab to change the shape of our button, but we can also control it here. If I want a border radius of 3 all around, you can see it's not really square. It has that little roundness. Now, let me make it 30 all around, and this is what we get. So you have total control on how you want things to look. And this way you can really maintain brand consistency. Next, you can change the box shadow and the spacing. And then as usual, you have the advanced tab. You can add animations. So for example, let me add a fade up animation. So let me click on updates. And as our page loaded, the animation was initiated. So let me refresh. And there you go. Now we can further enhance our button. So let's go back to the general subtab. First of all, we can toggle on inherit from theme. And this way is going to take all the options that we set in the Astra customizer. But sometimes you may want to have different buttons at different spots. One that's over an image, one that's over a plain dark background, one that's over a plain white background or light background, and so on. So I'm just going to toggle this off. Let me close the preset subtab. And back in the content subtab, we can also enable icon. So let me click here. Here I can click on change icon and let me type house. And here I can click on insert icon. And we can also change the icon position. It can either be after the text or before the text. It's really up to you. So let me put it back to after the text. And let's click on update to save our work. Next, images. So you already saw when we added here an image block. So let me click on it. Next, let's go to the general subtab. And here we can just click on change image if we wanted to change, and it would open our media library. Once again, you can just drag and drop images here or click on upload files. And if you want to change an image, it's as easy as clicking on the image you want and clicking on select. And there you go. Now I'm just going to hit undo. Next, we can change the alignment of the image. And next we have the layout option, and that is super handy. So this is the normal state. So just an image, but check this. If I click on overlay, now I can add a heading and a caption. My heading, and here is a caption. So very easily you can change a simple image into a banner. You can even change the content position. Here, if I click on the little squares here, you can see I can change the position of the content. Awesome. Now let me put it back to the normal state. Next, we can change the size of the image. Do we want it large, medium thumbnail, and so on. So for example, if I set it to thumbnail, you see the difference. So let me put it back to large. Now you can also change the image size by dragging the handles here and selecting the size that you want. Next, we can change the image dimension. So here we could change the width and the height of the image. Next, we can change the image role, image, or presentation. We can add the alt text for search engine optimization. We can change the title, select the object fit, and the on hover image status. So right now it's static, but let me click on zoom in. And now when I hover over it, as you can see, we see this effect. Next, we can decide to enable a caption, and it appears right below the image here. So let me toggle this off. And next we can add masks. So for example, we have mask shapes, could be a circle, a diamond, an hexagon, and so on. You get the idea. So you can get super creative with the image block. But let me put it back to the way it was. Now, the other type of images you're going to come across when you build your website is background images. So for example, let me select my main container here. Then I'm going to go to Style. And here we see background, you see type. So either we can pick a color. So for example, if I pick this, you can see the background turns to the color. Now you don't see it here because there is an image, but below that image, if I remove it, so let me show you, if I remove it, as you can see, everything is red. All right, let's undo this and let's go back to where we were. So I'm going to remove this color. The next thing is we can add a gradient. So same principle, just two different colors. Next, we have image or video. Now we're talking about images. So let me select image, click on the plus sign, and let me select this image, click on select. And now, just like we did previously with the color background, now it's an image background. So let me make this more obvious. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll down and I still have my main container selected. Then I'm going to go to spacing and I'm going to add a padding of 60 pixels all around. So now you can see there is some space around our image here. And here in the background, you can see the image we just added. And now let me go back to the background subtab and we have different options. So for example, here I can change this dot and you see the focus of the image changes. Now I'm using the full width, so you don't really see it changing here, but if I use it vertically, you can see the difference. Now we can change the attachment. So by default, it's scrolling, but you could say I want this image to be fixed. Let me click on fixed. So let me click on update and click on the preview icon. And now as I scroll, as you can see, the image stays fixed in the background. So you can create pretty cool effects with that. Let me put it back to scroll. And next here, we can change the repeat option. So by default, it says no repeat, but we could say it has to be repeated both vertically and horizontally. But let's leave it the way it is. And next for the size, by default, it's set to cover. We could set it to contain or custom. And if you choose custom, you can change the width here, but let's put it back to cover. Next, you can add an overlay, and that's super handy. So for example, let me click here on color. We have three options: color, gradient, or image. So let me click on color. And as you can see, it added an overlay color. And now our text is more visible. But now let's say we turn our text into white, not visible anymore. So let me select my main container again. Let's go back to where we were. And now let me pick a darker overlay color. And as you can see, now it's visible. But now our image is not visible, right? In the background. Easy. Just change the overlay opacity. And there you go. We can see our image again. Now there are many more options like color, border, box shadow. You can also add shape dividers. So let's say that at the bottom, for example. So let me click here on bottom. Then let's say I want wave patterns. Let me change the color of the wave patterns. And you can see them here at the bottom. I can change the height. And once again, I can very easily style the content with images. But for the time being, let me remove this. Now, as mentioned, later in the course, I will show you how to make a website responsive. Because right now, if you go into tablet mode, it's still okay, but you can see it's not really tailored for tablet. And if we go to the mobile mode, it's even more obvious. The spacing around the edges is too large. The text is not appropriate. We need to change this, but it's super easy. And once again, we'll see that later on in this course. Now, at the beginning of this video, I told you I will show you how you can spice up your pages even further with Spectra Pro. So first of all, let's install Spectra Pro. So let's go to plugins, add new plugin, upload plugin, and next choose the file you receive when you got Spectra Pro. Click on open, click install now, and activate. Next, paste your license key and click activate. Next, go to pages, all pages, and you recall the page we created, which is called new. Click on edit. Now let's select our image block here, then go to advanced, animations, and in the drop down, let's select slide right. Next, let's select our heading here. Actually, let's change the color. So style, let's make it white. Next, let's go to advanced, animations, and in the drop down, this time we're going to select fade down. But for the animation delay, we want to add 300 milliseconds. Next, let's select our button, advanced, animations, and in the drop down, this time let's select fade up, and let's give it an animation delay of 500. Now at this point you may be wondering, well, we already did that with the free version of Spectra, so what's different here? Well, what's different is all the other options, like the animation duration, the animation delay. Like for example, let me select our image. I saw that the animation was a bit too speedy, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to change from 400 to 1000, so it's 1 second. Now let me click on update, and let's preview our page. So as you can see now, we have more control over when the elements appear and the length of the animation. Whereas with the free version, like here I selected the image, we can only select the animation type, but we don't have those finer controls. So if I click here, as you can see, everything happens at the same time. Now let's go back to the Pro version, and once again, let's preview our page. And as you can see, it's way more convenient. You can exactly decide when you want things to appear and the length of the animation. The good news is you get free animations even in the free version. If you want those finer controls, as usual, you find a link in the description below. Okay, we've talked about Spectra and Spectra Pro, but now let's talk about Spectra AI. Now, what is Spectra AI? Well, Spectra AI is like ChatGPT but for WordPress. Write copy, proofread your blog posts, translate content, write custom codes, and so many other things. But in a nutshell, Spectra AI comes with an AI assistant that's going to help you build your website, and it also comes with a web design co-pilot with a very specific AI design library. Let me show you. So let's open a page. Let's go to Pages, All Pages. I'm going to open this one called New. And right here you see the AI assistant icon. So let me click on it. And the AI assistant uses a credit system. Now, even on the free plan, you get 1000 free credits monthly. So you can try this completely free of charge. Now, if you need more credits, you can always purchase additional credits, and I will show you how in a moment. And if you are a ZipWP premium user, you can also use your monthly credits from your plan. So let me click on Get Started. And I'm already connected to my ZipWP account in the same browser, just in another browser tab. So if it wasn't the case, it would ask me, how do I want to connect to ZipWP? Do I want to log in or sign up? And you can sign up or log in with one click with your Google account, for example. Now, I've already done it. That's why I see this window. So I'm just going to click on Continue. All right, so now I'm connected. Let me click on the plus sign here, and let me add an info box right below the heading. Now, it's not really visible, so let me click on the settings panel. Let me go to Style. Let me go to Description, and let me change the color. And now I'm going to select my text here and click on Ask AI. And here I can fix grammar, rephrase, make shorter, make longer, or something else. In this case, I'm going to choose something else. And it's asking me, how can I help you? So, write a paragraph about why Digital Force is the best web design studio in the United States of America. And click on Write for Me. Awesome, it came with this text. Let me click on Use This. And there you go. Just a couple of clicks and it's done. Now, let me show you a bit more. So I'm going to make a typo here, friendly instead of friendly. Let me select the whole text and ask AI to fix grammar. Now the grammar was already okay, but there was a typo, so the spelling wasn't right. And you can see here, it fixed it. Next, I can also decide to make it longer, make it shorter. It's a bit too long, so I'm going to ask it to make it shorter. All right, let me use this. All right, much better, to the point. Now, let me select my text again, ask AI. And right from this menu, I can ask it to rephrase. And there you go. You get the idea. Sky is literally the limit. Now, one neat feature also is you can change the tone. So let me click on tone and let me change it to playful. And let's use this. So depending on your brand, it can really be a time saver. Now, another awesome feature is the translation feature. So let me select the text here, use the Ask AI, make something else, and let's translate it to French, for example. Let's make it shorter. And let's use this. Digital Force, le sorcier de la conception web aux États-Unis. And there you go. In just a couple of clicks, we created the text, changed the tone, we shortened the text, checked for grammar, spelling, and we translated the whole thing. So just imagine the time and the money is going to save you. Now there are many other things you can do like custom codes and so on, but I just wanted to show you the power of the AI assistant. Now, as I told you, the second part of the AI assistant would be the design library. It's like you have a web designer working for you. So for that, let's click on the design library button here. And I have to insist on the fact that you can use the design library without the AI feature. But in that case, you just get the designs and the structure. Now with AI, this is where you can really take it to the next level. Let me show you. So here I'm going to click on the gear icon and click on Personalize Library AI. Now once again, you can get started with the free 1000 credits monthly, or you can connect your existing account. So first let's name the website and then click on this website is for, and let me type web design. And here I can select the main language of the website, click on continue. And next you need to describe what the website will be about. So I'm just going to paste this text. Then I can click on improve using AI. Then click on continue. Next, I can use my details. I'm not going to do that now. Click on continue. And here I can select images. So for example, I'm going to change the tag. I'm going to click on the suggested website design. And now I can select images. So even if you don't have images, all you need to do is just put in the right tag and there you go. Next, click on continue. And you'll get a prompt asking you to confirm you want to personalize the library with AI, which will cost 5,000 credits. So let me click on this. And now as you can see, I have my design library with so many patterns I'm going to show you in a moment, but now it's tailored to the content of my website. As you can see here, elevate your online presence with Digital Force, and you see the images really represent web design instead of having an image that has nothing to do with the topic of the website. So right now we're waiting until the library completely syncs and all the sections are updated with that new content. And there you go. So let's say I want to add this pattern here. All I need to do is click on insert. And there you go. I have a beautiful hero section here. And this is another time saver because now not only can you add design patterns, so even if you're not a designer, you can completely customize your website with beautifully designed patterns. So you can add those patterns and you can let AI write the text for you, even select the images. And once you've done that, if you want to correct the text that was created, guess what? You can ask the AI assistant, and we saw previously what it's capable of. And if you really want to know everything about the design library and the AI possibilities, we created a dedicated video on the topic. So I'll put a link to this video in the description below. But I think you get the idea. With Spectra AI, you can simplify content creation and boost your productivity. Now, earlier on, I briefly talked about the credit system, and as you saw, we paid 5,000 credits to personalize the whole design library. Now, if you just want to personalize one category, for example, here, the hero category, if I click here, as you can see, it costs 500 credits to personalize. So with your 1,000 free credits per month, you can personalize 2 categories. So you can test it for free. Now, I just show you how to add a pattern, but you can also add pages. And in this case, it's 5,000 credits for all of the pages, but let me click on skip. Or if you want to go page per page, for example, for the home page, it's going to cost 1,000 credits. So once again, if you just want to personalize one page, you can do it for free with your 1,000 credits. And the difference between patterns and a page, patterns, as we saw, for example, just the hero section or the services, whereas the page, we have all the different blocks on the page. Now, as mentioned several times before, you get 1,000 free credits per month, but if you want to buy additional credits, just go here in the top right corner and click on Buy AI Credits. And here, as you can see, for a little over $3 per month or $39 per year, you get 200,000 AI credits. And if you need more, you can go a little above $8 per month or $99 a year and you get 800,000 credits. Yeah. And these credits are shared between Spectra AI, the design library, and ZipWP. So as mentioned before, if you already have a ZipWP premium plan, like the pay-per-use, the pro, or the business, you already get AI credits, and you can use those credits also with Spectra AI. So now that you know how the Spectra Visual Website Builder works, next, I will show you how to edit the homepage that was installed with a starter template. And first of all, you want to go to Pages, All Pages, then hover over Home and click on Edit. All right. So this is the page that was imported with our ready-made design from starter templates. And the first thing we're going to do is click on the document overview icon, and we're going to rename our containers. So let's open our project files folder. Let's go to the text subfolder, and here we're going to open the home text file. And as you can see here, the containers titles are in caps lock throughout the document. So we're just going to copy and paste it to rename our containers. That will make it easier for organization purposes. So let's start with the first one, hero container. Let me right click and copy. Then here for the first container, click on the three dots, hit rename, and let's just paste and save. Now I'm going to use the same technique and repeat the operation for all the other containers. Alright, so now we have all our containers renamed, and as I mentioned, that's gonna make it way easier in the long run. Alright, so let me collapse this, and first let's select our hero container, our first container. Okay, so let's click on the Style tab, change image, and we're going to choose this image right here. Next, click on Select. Alright, so next we need to change our text. And once again, we're just going to copy and paste from the course text file. So first I'm going to click here, and as we can see here, this is an info box block. So let me copy the first line. Then still with my info box block selected, I'm going to select the first line, right click and paste. Let me repeat the operation, copy. And I don't know about you, but I go faster with keyboard shortcuts. So basically Command+C on a Mac to copy and Command+V to paste. And on a Linux or Windows PC, it's going to be Control+C to copy and Control+V to paste. All right, let me select this line, paste, line number 3, and paste. Next, we're still in General, Content. Where is the alignment? We're going to select Right. Now, as you can see here, the text is not quite where it should be. So let's go to Style, Description, and for the margin, we're going to keep it at 0 all around. All right, much better. And let's close the document overview for a moment. And as you can see, all is looking good. Except that our call to action button, first of all, is not really readable or visible. And also it's way too close from that line. So still with our info box selected, and still in Style, Description, click on the pixel unit, and for the bottom value, let's change it to 30. All right, much better. Okay, now let's take care of our button. So first of all, I'm going to double click on the text and change the text to Discover. And now let's go back to the General tab. So let's collapse this and let's click on the Call to Action sub-tab. And the first thing you want to do is to toggle off the Inherit from Theme option, then scroll down, click on button icon, and we're going to type chevron down. Let's pick this one and click on insert icon. Now you can't really see it right now, but that's what we're going to fix. Next, where you see link, you want to keep the pound sign and we're going to type services. Now this is an anchor link, which just means that it's going to take us to another spot on the same page. More about that later. Next, click on the Style tab. Now let's collapse the Description sub-tab and let's open the Call to Action sub-tab. Next, click on Typography, and for the font size, you want to make it 13 pixels. And in the Transform dropdown, you want to select uppercase. Now let's close this. Now the button text color should be set to color number 6. And the hover color should be set to color number 5. Next, you want to click back on the normal tab. And where you see background color, you want to select color number 5. Now click on the hover tab. And for the background color of the button, you want to select color number 6. Next, where you see border, in the drop down, you want to select solid. Now let's scroll down. Let's keep the width at 1 all around. And where you see radius, you want to type 30 all around. Next, where you see color, in the normal subtab, you want to select color number 5. And in the hover tab, select color number 6. So now as you can see, when we hover over our button, it's looking way better. All right, let's click on update to save our work. Okay, so we're done for the hero container. But if you recall earlier on, I told you that when we click this button, that would take us to an anchor link. So to another spot on the same page. And if we go back to general, as you can see, the link is #services. So for this, I'm going to scroll down, make sure I select my second main container here. And once again, if you want to be sure, open the document overview. And now it's super handy because we renamed everything. So all you need to do is click on services container, then go to advanced, once again, advanced. And where you see HTML anchor, I'm just going to type services without the $. Very important. When you link to it, you need to put the $. But here we're just naming the anchor. That will make sense in a moment. So let's click on updates. And now let's preview our page by clicking on this icon. All right. And now if you click on discover, as you can see, it took us smoothly to the services container. All right, so let's go back to editing our page and let's take care of our services container. And let's start with the text. So same technique, I'm just going to copy and paste. First line. And let me replace it. And let's do the same for the rest of the text. All right, so now let's take care of our images. So let me select the first image, then click on change image, and let's select this image. Click on select. Now let's repeat the operation for the second image, change image. Let's pick this image, click on select, and last but not least, third image, change image, and let's pick this one here. Then click on select. Now, if you recall earlier on, I talked about brand consistency, and that's what we want to do. So we're going to start with the images. So let me click on this image, the first one. Then let's go to style, and where you see border radius, we're going to give it a border radius of 5 pixels all around. And if you're looking at this on the phone, you might not see it, but actually we have very slightly rounded corners here on the image. And that's going to be part of our branding. And next, I could repeat the operation for the other images, but there's a better way. So with my image selected, as you can see, there is a bar here with options. So I'm going to click on this icon, which is the Spectra copy paste icon. And I'm just going to click on copy style. Then I'm going to click on the second image. And in the same option bar, I'm going to click on the same icon, but now I'm going to hit paste style. And there you go. So let's repeat the operation for the third image and paste style. And as you can see, that's a much better way when you have to do repetitive tasks. You can just use the copy and paste style option. All right, let's click on update to save our work. Now the page is starting to look really good, but I would like to add something. I would like to add a call to action to this container. First of all, because it's a proven tactic, it's better if you add call to actions throughout your page. And the second reason is that for the people browsing your website on a smartphone, and there are a lot, well, it may be a better user experience. So what we're going to do, we're going to add a call to action button right below here, and we're going to put it inside a container. So let's take a look here in the document overview. I'm first going to collapse. So this is our services container. You see our title here. And in this container, you see 3 sub-containers, each with the image and the text respectively. So I'm going to collapse this container. And next, I'm going to click on the plus sign and click on container. And now if I open my document overview, we can see it added a container right below our container with the images. Next, I'm going to click on the plus sign and I'm going to start typing buttons. And as you can see, we have two different blocks here. The first one has a black outline and is from WordPress core, whereas the second one is from Spectra. So let's click on the second one. Now let me double click on the text. Then let me go to our text file and I'm just going to copy the label testimonials and just paste it here. Next, let me click on the content subtab within general. And for the link, I'm going to keep the pound sign and type testimonials, all in lowercase. Next, let me click on style. And first of all, let's click on the text subtab and let's set the normal color to color number 6 and the hover color to color number 9. Next, click on the typography edit icon and let's set the font size to 13 pixels. And where you see transform in the dropdown, select uppercase. Now let's close this and let's open the icon subtab. For the normal color, let's select color number 6 and for the hover color, color number 9. Next, click on the background subtab. Normal color should be set to color number 5 and the hover color should be set to color number 4. Next, click on the border subtab. Let's give it a radius of 30 pixels all around. And for the border color, let's select color number 5. And for the hover state of the border color, let's select color number 4. All right, so now if we hover over it, looking good. Let's click on update to save our work. All right, so now let's move on to our testimonials container. And just like before, first of all, we're going to select our testimonials container here in the document overview. Then we're going to go to advanced, HTML anchor, and we want to match what we put in the button link. So if you're not sure, let's go back here in the document overview. Let me click on button, general. Now let me scroll down to content and you can see here, it says testimonial. So the best way to not make a mistake is to just copy it, but without the pound sign. So I'm just going to copy this. And now let's go back to our testimonials container, advanced, advanced. And in the HTML anchor field, I'm just going to paste this. Let's click on update. Let's check a preview. That was our first call to action button. And here's the second. And there you go. Works as expected. All right, back in the WordPress admin, let's start with changing the text. And you know the drill now, we're going to copy it from the course text file. So first of all, I'm going to copy this line. And here, let me select the whole text and paste. Now there is some more text right here just below the image, but we're not going to change it. All right, now let's take care of images. Now you can see it because the bar is hiding it, but let me click somewhere else. As you can see here, there is an image. So I'm just going to select that image and then I could go to general, click on change image. But another way you can do it is just click on replace here in the options toolbar. So let me do that and click on open media library. Next, I'm going to select this image and click on select. There you go. Okay, next we have this image here. We're not going to change it, but basically if we wanted to change it, we would click here. And as you can see, it's not an image block. It's an info box block. So it doesn't really change much. You have the option here. Click on change image, open the media library and select the image you want to change it for. But we're not going to do this. Now let's take care of the colors of our text because it's not really readable right now. So still with our info box block selected, let's go to style. Let's collapse this. Let's click on the title subtab and for the color, we're going to choose color number 6. Now let's close this. Let's close the title subtab and let's open the description subtab. And this time for the color, we're going to pick color number 9. All right, this is way better. Now let's move on to the about container. So I'm just going to collapse this and click on my about container. And as usual, let's start by changing the text with the text provided in the course files. Okay, so we've changed the label of the button here, but this time I want to link to an actual page, not to an anchor link on the same page. So for that, let's click on General. Next, click on Call to Action and scroll down to where you see link. We're going to remove the pound sign, and this is where we're going to paste our link. So let me click on Updates. Let's go back to the WordPress dashboard, and here we are in Pages, All Pages. So hover over the About page, and where you see View, you want to right click and click on Copy Link. Now let's go back to editing our home page. So hover over Home, click on Edit, and let's scroll back down to our About Us button here, Call to Action, and in the links field, this time we're going to paste, and this is our link to our About page. So let's test this. Let's click on Updates, and let's preview our page. Now let me scroll down, and let's click on the About Us button. And as you can see, it takes us to the appropriate page. Now let's go back and let's style our button. So you know the drill now. I'm going to go to Style, Call to Action. Button text color should be set to color number 6. Hover color to color number 9. Next, click on the typography edit icon. Font size 13 pixels and transform to uppercase. Next, let's click back on the Normal tab. And for the background type, let's select Color. And the background color should be set to color number 5. Now let's click on the Hover subtab. And this time the background color should be set to color number 4. Now let's scroll down, and where you see border, you want to change the radius to 30 pixels all around. And for the normal color, you want to select color number 5. And for the hover color, color number 4. Now there is one more thing we can add here. We can actually show the user that this is taking us somewhere else and not down on the page. So for that, let me go back to the General tab, Call to Action, Show Icon, then click on the plus sign. And this time we're looking for chevron right. So let's pick this icon and click on Insert Icon. So now as you can see, it's looking way better. Okay, the only thing left to do is to take care of our image. So let me click on the image, hit Replace in the toolbar, open Media Library, and let me pick this image here. Click on Select, and there you go. So let's click on Update to save our work. And let's move on to the last container on the page, which is, if we open the document overview, Call to Action banner container. So let me close this. And first of all, with our main container selected, let's go to General. And where you see minimum height, you want to select the VH units and change the value to 75. All right. Now, as usual, let's start by changing the text with the text provided in the course files. Okay, next with our info box block selected, you want to go to Style, Spacing, and where you see padding, you want to change the right value to 12% and the left value also to 12%. Next, still in the Style tab, click on Title, and for the color, you want to pick color number 6. And let's repeat the operation for the description, color number 6. Next, click on the General tab, Call to Action, and toggle off the Inherit from Theme option. Now let's scroll down to where it says Link, and here we want to link to the contact page. So once again, let me click on Update to save our work. Let's go back to the dashboard in Pages, All Pages. Let's hover over Contact, View, right click, and copy the link. Now let's go back to editing our homepage. Let me scroll back down, select our info box, then General, Call to Action. Let me scroll down to Link. I'm going to remove the pound sign and just paste what we just copied. Now let's click on the Style tab, Call to Action, and let's set the button text color in its normal state to color number 5. And in its hover state to color number 6. Now let's click back on the normal subtab And for the background color, we want to set it to color number 6. And now let's click on the hover subtab, and we want to set the background color to color number 4. Now let's scroll down to border. For the style, select solid. We can leave the width at 1 pixel all around. And for the border radius, it's going to be 30 pixels all around. The normal border color should be set to color number 6. And the hover border color should be set to color number 4. Next, select the main container, and if you want to be sure, once again, click on the document overview icon and select your container here. Now let me close this. Then let's go to style, change image, and we're going to select this image here. Then click on select. All right, we're getting there, but as you can see here, the text is not really readable. So let's fix this. So still in style, background, I'm going to scroll down, and where you see overlay type, select the second icon, gradient. Now let me scroll down. So here for the first color, let's click on it. We're going to use color number 4. And for the second color, we're going to use color number 5. Now let's close this. And where you see overlay opacity, we want to set it at 0.5. All right, so let's click on update to save our work, and let's preview our page. Okay, so if I click on discover, I get to the my services container. Then clicking here, I get to the testimonials. Then I have my about us container, and finally our call to action banner. Now it's looking good, but there are a couple of things we need to change. Let me scroll back up. So the first thing we want to change is the height of our hero section here. And the second is the visibility of the menu. Now here on this page, it's very visible, but as I mentioned earlier on in the course, we want to make sure we can address this because we might have some pictures with a lighter background and we want our menu to always be visible. So let's go back to editing our page. Let's select our hero section, then go to the general tab. And where you see minimum height, you want to click on the VH unit and change the value to 85. Now let's click on update and let's preview our page. Okay, much better. Now let's take care of the second issue. So back to editing our page. This time, still with our main container here selected, you want to go to style. Then let's scroll down, and where you see overlay type, you want to click on the second icon, gradient. And now for the first color, you can pick pretty much any color. Then you're going to drag the opacity slider all the way to the left to make it completely transparent. All right, and now for the second color, we're going to choose color number 4. So let's close this. And next for the overlay opacity, you can do this on a case-by-case basis, but let me play with the slider here and let's stop at 0.8. So let me click on update and let's preview our page. And as you can see, our menu is way more readable than before. And for the record, this was before and this is now. Now on this image, it's not really dramatic because it was already readable with this image, even though here you can see the difference. But just imagine if you have an image with a lighter background, at least your menu is going to be readable and visible. Just notice one more thing, and that's the way you should approach it when you build websites. The plan was great, but now I can see there's too much space here between the image and our first title. But it's super easy to fix. So back in editing our page, I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to select the second container here. As usual, if you want to be sure, just check it with the document overview panel. Then I'm going to go to style, spacing, and where you see padding, I'm going to change the top padding to 40 pixels. Then click on update and let's check our page now. And there you go, much better. And for the record, this was before and this is after. Now we could stop here, but let me show you how we can spice up our page. So back to editing our page, let me scroll back up. Now let me select my info box, go to advanced animations, and let me add a fade up animation. Now let's scroll down here. Let me select this title here. So it's a heading block. Let's go to advanced and add a fade animation. Next, let me select the sub container here. And here I'm going to open the document overview. So as you can see, we have our services container, it has a subcontainer and 3 subcontainers for each service. So let me select subcontainer 1, advanced, animations, and let me do a fade right. Now let me select the second subcontainer, animations. Let's do a fade animation. And then the sub 3 container, animation, fade left. Then let me select the button, advanced, animation, and let's do a fade up. Next, let's scroll to the testimonials. First image, advanced, animation, fade down. Then for our info block, advanced animation, let's pick fade up. Now let's scroll down. Let's select our info box, advanced animation, fade right. And let's select our image, advanced animation, fade left. Now let's scroll down. And for this one, we're going to select our info box and give it a simple fade. All right, let's click on update and let's preview our page. So you can see we have the animations here. It really brings something to the table, makes it come alive. But now if you're using Spectra Pro, let me do what you can do. So let me scroll down to the My Services container. I'm going to open the document overview, make sure I select the appropriate container. So this is subcontainer 1. So I'm going to go to advanced animations. I'm going to change the animation duration to 800 and the animation delay to 400. Next, let me select subcontainer 3, animation duration 800 and the animation delay is going to be 800. Next, let me select my button here, advanced animations. So for the animation, let me select fade up and I want the animation delay to be 1200. Next, let me scroll down here. Let me select my image, advanced animations. I'm going to change the animation duration to 200. Then select my info box here, go to advanced animations, and I want an animation delay of 400. And it's 400 milliseconds to be exact. Next, let me scroll down here. Let's select our info box, advanced animations. Let's make the animation duration 600. Then let's select our image. And this time let's change the animation delay to 500. All right, let's click on update and let's preview what we've just done. So let me scroll, and as you can see, I can really time the animations instead of everything happening at the same time. So let me scroll, and as you can see, it catches the attention even more. Now let me go back to the initial version made with the free version of Spectra. Let me refresh. Now let me scroll down, and as you can see, everything happens at the same time. It's looking beautiful, but everything happens at the same time. Now let's go back to the Spectra Pro version. As I mentioned, you will see the difference here, but really pay close attention to the animation. So let me refresh. So this is the same, our hero section, but now watch. It's really beneficial if you want to catch your website viewers' attention. So of course, if you're interested in Spectra Pro, you'll find a link in the description of this video. Next, we will be building the About page. So first of all, you want to go to Pages, All Pages. And then here, I'm going to hover over Home, right click on Edit, and choose Open Link in a new tab. And the reason we open it in the new tab is just it's going to make things way easier. You'll see why in a moment. So let me navigate to the new tab with the home page. I'm just going to scroll down and I'm going to select the last container here. If you want to be sure, open the document overview and you can do it from here. So I'm going to click on the 3 dots and hit copy. Next, let me close this tab and go back to the Pages tab. And this time I'm going to hover over About, and then where you see Edit, I'm going to right click and one more time click on Open Link in a new tab. Now let me just open the About tab, and the first thing we're going to do is to paste the container we just copied from the home page at the bottom of this page. So for that, I'm going to click on the document overview icon, select the third container, then click on the 3 dots, add after, and now I'm just going to paste what I just copied. And there you go. Next, let's click on Update to save our work. And if you've been following the previous videos in this course, you know that one of the first things we do on a new page is to rename containers for organization purposes. So for that, open the course files, then go in the text subfolder, and we're going to open the 02-about text file. So let's select the text for the first container, copy. Then with the first container selected, click on the three dots, rename, paste, and save. Now let's repeat the operation for the second container, copy, second container, three dots, rename, paste, and save. Now let's repeat the operation for the third container, copy, and you know the drill now, third container, three dots, rename, paste, and save. All right, let's click on Update to save our work. Now let's go back to our page header container. Then in the General tab, where you see minimum height, you want to change the unit to VH and change the value to 85. Now let's close the document overview panel so that we have a better view. Next, click on the Style tab, change image, and we're going to select this image right here. Next, click on Select. And now still in the Style tab, let's scroll down. And where you see overlay type, you want to select gradient. Now for the first color, you can pick pretty much any color you want and just drag the opacity slider to the left so that it's completely transparent. And don't worry, it's totally going to make sense in a moment. Now for the second color, I'm going to click here, and this time we're going to use our color number 4. Now let's close this. Let me scroll down, and for the overlay opacity, you want to change it to 0.8. All right, so this is going to help us with our menu. So now, no matter which image you use, our menu is going to be visible. All right, so now let's move on to our second container, which is the presentation container. Next, let's go back to our text file, and I'm just going to copy this text, and we're going to paste it here. Now let's repeat the operation for the text here below the image. So let's copy the text for our mission, and let's paste it here. And now let's copy the text for our values, and let's paste it right here. All right, let's scroll back up. Now let me click on this image, click on change image, and this time we're going to pick this image right here and click on select. Next, still with our image selected, click on the Style tab, and where you see radius, let's give it a value of 5 pixels all around. Because if you recall, we're trying to keep some brand consistency. We already did that on the home page, so that's the way we do it now here on the About page. Now let's click on Update to save our work. All right, let's move on to the next container. So first of all, let's select our image here, then go to General, change image, and we're going to pick this image right here. Next, click on Select. And next, let's go back to our text file, and I'm going to copy the testimonial text. Then let's go back, select the text we want to change, and just paste. Next, click on the Style tab. Let's collapse this, and let's open the Title subtab. And for the color, we're going to pick color number 6. Next, let me close this. Let's collapse the Title subtab, and let's open the Description subtab. Now for the color, this time let's pick color number 9. All right, let's close this. Let's click on Update to save our work. And now if we preview our page, there it is. We got our hero section, our text is changed as well as the image. We have our testimonial and our call to action banner that we copied from the homepage. But as I mentioned in the intro of this video, I'm going to give you a little bonus if you're using Spectra Pro. We're going to integrate our Instagram feed. So back in our dashboard, first of all, you want to go to Blocks Extensions, Pro, and make sure Instagram feed is toggled on. Next, open a new tab and go to Instagram.com and make sure you log in. Now, I'm already logged in, so once you've done the same, just go back to your dashboard, then back to Pages, All Pages, and click on Edit the About page. Or if you already left it open in another browser tab, then just go to that browser tab. All right, so let me scroll down and let me open the document overview panel. Now I'm going to select the last container, Then click on the plus sign and select container. Let me pick this one. And first of all, with my new container selected, let me go to style, spacing, and I'm going to give it a padding of 60 pixels all around. Now let me click on the plus sign here. I'm going to type heading, and the first one in black here is from the WordPress core. The second one with the blue outline is from Spectra. So that's the one we want to use. So let me click on it, and I'm just going to change this by follow us. And next, let me click on the plus sign. I'm going to start typing Insta, and as you can see, we have this Spectra Pro block here. So let me click on it, and we see this prompt, link an Instagram account from the Spectra dashboard. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on update, and then I'm going to click on this link here, Spectra dashboard, and it opened a new browser tab. So here I can either link my Instagram account, my personal account, or I can enable developer mode to link to someone else's account. But I'm going to link my personal account. And since I'm already logged in Instagram in the same browser, it's going to be a breeze. So click on link a personal account, click on allow, and there you go, account linked. Now let's go back to our about page, and I'm just going to refresh. Now let me scroll down, click on select a user. I'm going to select the only user on my personal account, and there you go. We've easily linked our Instagram account, which is super awesome for an about page. So let's click on update, and let's review our final masterpiece. So we got our beautiful hero section, introduction text, the image, our mission, our values, testimonials. We got our call to action banner, and we have our Instagram feed right here. Well, actually, it would make more sense to put it before the call to action banner. Let me open the document overview. I'm just going to collapse this container, and actually I'm going to rename it. So let's call it Insta. Let's click on save, and then I'm just going to drag and drop it in between the two containers, testimonial and call to action banner. Now let me click on update, and once again, let's preview our page. Now let's scroll down, and yeah, much better. Now there's one more thing we can do. If we take a look, the title here is on the left hand side, and if you check the rest of the page, everything is centered. So let's do this with our heading selected. Let's select alignment center, click on update, and for the final time, let's take a look. Let's scroll down, and yes, way better. Next, I will show you how we can build the services page. So first of all, you want to go to pages, all pages. Next, hover over about, and where you see edit, you want to right click and click on open link in a new tab. So this is just opening the link in a new browser tab, and that's going to make our life easier. So let me go to this tab. Then I'm going to open the document overview panel, and I want to copy this first container here. So I'm just going to click here on the three dots of the first container and hit copy. Next, I can close this tab, and I'm back in the previous tab with our pages. So now I'm going to hover over services, and where you see edit, I'm going to do the same thing. Right click, open in a new tab. Now let me navigate to this tab, and next I'm going to click on the document overview icon, select the first container here, click on the three dots, then click on add before, and here I'm just going to right click and paste what we just copied. All we need to do is change the text to services. Then let me select my first container here in the document overview panel, go to style, change image, and we're going to select this image right here. Next, click on select, and now let's scroll down. As you can see, we still have the previous hero container. So let me select it here in the side panel, click on the three dots and hit delete. So as you can see, copying and pasting containers from previous pages make things way faster. So let's click on update to save our work. And now let me collapse this. And as usual, one of the first things we're going to do is to rename our containers for organization purposes. So open the course files, and then go to the text subfolder and open the 03-services text file. So for the first container, we don't need it because we actually copied it from the previous page. Next, we're going to copy web design, select the appropriate container, click on the three dots, hit rename, paste, and save. Now let's repeat the operation for the second service, graphic design. So copy. Now let's select the next container, 3 dots, rename, paste, and save. Let's repeat the operation for branding, copy, select the container, 3 dots, rename, paste, and save. And finally, our last container, let's copy, select, then 3 dots, rename, paste, and save. And let's click on update to save our work. Okay, now let's move on to our second container, the web design service. And let's start by replacing the text. So for that, let's go back to our course files. Let me copy the first line and then back. I'm going to delete the first line, right click and paste. Now let me do the same thing for the second line, copy, remove, and paste. All right, in general, click on the content subtab and toggle off the enable title option. Next, click on the call to action subtab, and where you see button icon, click on the plus sign, and we're looking for chevron right. So select this icon and click on insert icon. Next, click on the style tab, call to action, and for the normal state of the button text color, you want to click and select color number 5. And for the background color, you want to select color number 6. Now click on the hover subtab, and for the button text color, you want to select color number 6, and for the background color, color number 5. Next, let's scroll down, and where you see border, you will see radius. So let's change the values to 30 pixels all around. And for the normal color of the border, let's select color number 5. And for the hover color, same thing, color number 5. So now if you hover over it, as you can see, it looks the way we want. Next, click on the image, then go to General. Let's scroll back up, click on Change Image, and we're going to select this image here. Then click on Select. Now, if you recall in the previous video about the homepage, we try to have those rounded corners, really slightly rounded corners for our services images. So let's do the same thing here. So still with our image selected, let's go to Style, Image, and where you see radius, we want to give it a value of 5 pixels all around. And next, you see this toolbar here. We want to click on the Spectra copy paste icon and hit Copy Style. Now let's scroll down, let's go to graphic design, select our image, and this time using the same icon but paste style. Now let's repeat the operation for the third one and paste style. So once again, copying and pasting saves us a lot of time. Now it's all great, but we actually want to link this button to another page. So let's go back to our browser tab with Pages, All Pages, and that's why it's convenient to use several browser tabs. And then I'm just going to hover over a contact. Then you see View here. I'm going to right click and click on Copy Link. And next, let me go back to editing my services page. Select my block, go to General, Call to Action. Now let me scroll down, and where you see Link, I'm going to remove the pound sign, right click, and paste. So now that should work. So let me click on Update, and let's preview our page. Let me scroll down, and if I click on Start a Project, as you can see, it's taking me to the Contact Us page, as it should. So let me close this, and now let's scroll down to the graphic design service. And next, let's go back to our course files. Let me select the first line and replace the text. And same thing for the second line and replace the text. Next, let me scroll back up, select my block here, click on the 3 dots, hit copy. Now let me scroll back down. I'm going to select that block here, click on the 3 dots, add after, and then I'm going to right click and paste. And now I'm just going to delete the previous block. So click on the 3 dots and hit delete. So way faster than recreating everything from scratch. Next, let me select my image, go to General, Change Image, and this time I'm going to select this image here, then click on Select. All right, now let's scroll down and let's repeat the operation for the last service. So this one is called branding. So let me copy that and let me replace it here. Then let me copy the first line and replace the appropriate text. And now the second line. And as you may have guessed, we're going to replace the second line of text. All right, let's repeat what we did previously. I'm going to select this block, click on the three dots and copy. And then here, select the block, three dots, add after, right click and paste. And let's delete this block here, three dots and delete. Next, select your image, go to general, change image. And this time we're going to select this image right here. Then click on select. All right, taking shape. So let's click on update to save our work. And let's move on to our last container. Make sure the main container is selected here. If you want to be sure, open the document overview and select it here in the side panel. Now let me close this. So first of all, let's take care of our text. So in the course files, I'm going to copy the title and paste it here. Then let me copy the first line and replace the text here. And next, as you may imagine, copy the second line and replace it here. Next, click on the Style tab, then click on the Prefix subtab. And for the color, I'm going to select color number 2. Now let me close this. Next, let me open the Title subtab. And for the color this time, let's pick color number 6. And let's repeat the operation for the Description subtab, color number 6. Next, let me select this block, then go to Style. And where you see normal color, you want to select color number 5. And the icon background color should be set to color number 6. Next, collapse the icon image subtab and open the title subtab. Click on color and select color number 2. Let me close this. And now I'm going to use the floating toolbar just above my icon here. Click on the Spectra copy paste icon and hit copy style. And you probably know what I'm going to do next. So I'm going to select the second block, use the same icon, but this time use paste style. And let's repeat the operation for block number 3 and block number 4, paste style. All right, now let me select the container. And if you want to be sure, click on document overview and make sure this container is selected. Next, you want to go to style. And for the background color, you want to select color number 4. All right, let me click the document overview panel and let's click on update. Now let's preview our page. All right, so we have our hero section here. Then we have all services. And if I click on any service, it should take me to the contact us page. Yes, works well. Let me go back. And finally, here we have our credibility container. Now, earlier on, I told you I would give you a little bonus and show you how you can speed up your work with Spectra Pro. So back in our dashboard, first of all, you want to go to Blocks Extensions, Pro, and make sure Global Block Style is activated. And next, let me go back to editing my services page. Let me scroll down to Web Design, and where you see this call to action here, actually, if I click on it, it's an info box, but if you recall, we deactivated the title. So with this info box selected, I'm going to go to Advanced, and now you see we have an option, Global Block Styles. So let me click on Add New, and I'm going to call it Services C2A for Call to Action. Then click on Save. And now let's imagine I create a new page, and let's call it New Page. Let me publish this page. Let's fill it with some content. And now let me scroll down. Let's take a look at this info box. Let's say I want to change this call to action button, but I don't want to redo it from scratch. Well, with Global Block Styles, I can just go to Advanced, and where you see link to existing style, you can click on the drop down and click on the style that we just created. So let me select it, and there you go. In just one click, I've completely changed the style. So this, over the course of a full project, is such a time saver. So let me click on Update to save my work. But now you should have a better idea of what you can do with Global Block Styles. And of course, if you're interested, you'll find a link to Spectra Pro in the description below. Next, we'll take a look at how we can build the contact page. So first of all, you want to go to Pages, All Pages. And before we start editing the contact page, we're going to open the Services page. So hover over Services, and where you see Edit, Instead of clicking, I'm going to right click and click on Open Link in a new tab, because that's just going to make things easier. So let me navigate to that tab, and I'm going to select the Hero section here. Now, if you want to be sure, click on the document overview icon and make sure the first container is selected here. Next, click on the three dots and click on Copy. Now, let me close this tab. And back in Pages, All Pages, I'm going to hover over Contact, then go to Edit, right click, and click on Open Link in New tab. Once again, let me navigate to that tab. Next, I'm going to click on the document overview icon, and where you see the first container, click on the three dots, click Add Before, and now I'm just going to paste what I just copied. And there you go. So first of all, let me change the text. And next, with my container selected, I'm going to go to Style, Change Image, and I'm going to select this image right here. Next, click on Select, and I'm going to delete the previous container, this one here. So with my container selected, I click on the three dots and hit Delete. Great! Now, as usual, before we start editing the rest of the page, we're going to rename our containers for organization purposes. So for that, open the course files and then navigate to the text subfolder. And we're going to open the 06-contacts text file. Now, the first container is already labeled because we copied it from the services page, but let's start with the label for the second container. So I'm just going to copy it, then select the second container, click on the three dots, hit Rename, paste, and save. Now, inside the form container, we have two subcontainers. So let me start with the first one, copy, and back here, let me expand. Let me select the first subcontainer, click on the three dots, rename, paste, and save. Now let me repeat the operation for the second subcontainer, copy. Then back in WordPress, let me select the second subcontainer, click on the three dots, rename, paste, and save. All right, and last but not least, the who we are container, copy. And back in edit mode, let me collapse this. And for the third container, let me click on the three dots, rename, paste, and save. All right, let me close this. Let's scroll back up. So the first container is already done. And for the second container here, first of all, we're going to change the text of the email address here. So I'm just going to copy it from here. The rest of the text is the same. And let me replace the text by pasting what I just copied. Next, let's take care of our icons. So let me select the first icon, then go to Style. And for the normal icon color, you want to select color 6. Now let's close this. And for the background, select color 5. Next, for the hover colors, for the icon color, you want to select color 9. And for the background color, color 4. Now let's check. And yes, it works as intended. So now with our icon selected, you can see we have a floating toolbar here. So here is the Spectra copy paste icon. Just click on it, hit copy, and I'll select the second icon, hit the same icon, but this time hit paste. All right, let's repeat the operation for icon number 3 and for icon number 4. Awesome. So let's click on save to save our work. And next, let's take care of our form. So if I click on the form field here, as you can see in the document overview, we see the other fields or elements. And I can add some more. With my name field selected, I can click on the plus sign. And here I see other blocks I can add in the form. For example, I could add a date picker. And now, as you can see, if people click on it, they can add a date. Now let me open the document overview again and let me delete that. So this is for individual elements of the form, like the name, the email, text area, or as we just saw, the date picker. Now, as you can see, these are embedded within a form block. So by selecting the form block here, you have additional options. So here in the side panel, for example, I can decide whether or not I want to show labels. I can align the labels, the placeholders, and even edit confirmation messages. Next, if I click on the Submit button subtab, as you can see right now, the style of our button is inherited from our theme. So there are two ways we can change that. Either we go to the Astra customizer by going to Astra, Customize, Then go to Global, Buttons. And if you want to see this live, let's go to our contact page. Now let me scroll down. And here, if I select this preset, as you can see, that's one of the ways to change the styling of the form button. But bear in mind, it's also going to change the style of any other page or plugin that uses the default style for the buttons. So I'm not going to save this, and I'm going to close this tab and back to editing our page. The other way we can change the style of the button for this form is to toggle off the inherit from theme option. So I can also choose a preset, or I can do it manually. So let's go to style. And actually, before we deal with the button, you see the placeholder color here. We can change this to color number 3 because it's more in line with our branding. Now let's move on to our button. So let me close the input subtab and let's open the submit button subtab. And now we can apply our branding colors. So normal color should be set to color number 6 and background color should be set to color number 5. Now click on the hover tab, and this time the color should be set to color number 9 and the background color to color number 4. Next, let's scroll down, and where you see radius, you want to change from 2 to 30 pixels all around. Now let's take a look, and yes, looking great. Now, still with our form block selected, let's scroll back up and let's go back to the general tab. So let me close the submit button subtab, and next you have actions. So in actions, you have the to subtab, CC and BCC, just like when you're writing an email. So in the to field, you want to input the email address you want this form to be sent to. Next, you can also change the subject. So for the moment it's form submission, but we could change it to form from website. Next, you can add a Google reCAPTCHA, which is a way to secure your form against spam. Now, if you don't know how to use it, when you enable it, you will see a link here. So you can either choose V2 or V3. And if you don't know how to set it up, just click here. And then you will be redirected to this page here. Then all you need to do is click on this link here and follow the instructions on screen. And if you want to take it even further, you may want to take a look at an awesome plugin called SureForms. Now let's close this tab and let's go back in editing mode. Let's click on save to save our progression. And next, let's move on to our last container. Next, let me collapse this and let me select our who we are container. Then I'm going to close the document overview so I have more space. And next, I'm going to go to style, color, and I'm going to change it to color number 4. Now, as you can see, the issue now is that we can't see our text here. So with my text selected, I'm going to go to style, color, and I'm going to choose color number 6. Next, I'm going to select my first image. Then I'm going to go to style, and where you see border radius, I'm going to change it to 5 all around. So with the image selected, you can see the floating bar. Click on the Spectra copy paste icon, hit copy style, and then select the second image, hit the same icon, but this time paste style. And let's repeat the operation for image 3 and image number 4. All right, now let's select our first image again. Go to General, Change Image, and we're going to select this image here. Then click on Select. Next, let's select the second image, but this time let's just hit Replace here in the floating toolbar. Open Media Library, and this time we're going to pick this image here. Then click on Select. Now let's repeat the operation for image number 3. Let's select this image and click on Select. And last but not least, fourth image, Replace, open Media Library, and let's pick this image here. Hit Select. And now let's add some animation to it. So let me pick the first image, go to Advanced, Animations, and let's select Fade Right. Now let's select the second image, Animations, this time Fade Down. Image number 3, and this time let's give it a Fade Up. And finally image number 4, and let's give it a Fade Left. Now let's click on Save to save our progression, and let's take a look at our page. All right, so first thing I see is that we need to recenter the image because the head is a bit cut off here. So that's the first thing we want to take care of. So back in editing mode, let me scroll back up. let me select my first container, and then here in style, you see background. Let's scroll down, and by changing the position of the dot, we change the position here. So let me click on save, and let's preview our page. All right, much better. So now let's scroll down. As you can see, we have our text here, we have our form. And by the way, regarding the appearance of our form, let me show you something. So let's go back in editing mode, and let me scroll down. Now let me select my form, and just to be sure, let's open the document overview, and let's select the form block. Next, you want to go to General and click on the Presets subtab. Next, let's select the second preset. Click on Save, and let's preview our page. Now let's scroll down, and as you can see, it's a bit more stylish because there's only one border at the bottom of each field. Now this comes down to your preferences, but in my case, I prefer this option. All right, now let's scroll down, and as you can see, here is our animation. Now in the beginning of this video, I told you we could use Spectra Pro to enhance this page, and I'm gonna show you how, specifically this animation. So let's go back to Pages, All Pages, then Edit Contact Page. Now let's scroll down, and let's select our second image, then go to Advanced, Animations, and let's give it an animation delay of 300. Now let's select the third image, and let's give it an animation delay of 600. And finally, fourth image, animation delay of 900. Now let's hit save, and let's preview our page. Okay, so let's scroll down, and now as you can see, we have more control on the animation. Now let's go back to the original version. Let me scroll down, and as you can see, it's all happening at once. But in the Pro version, let me refresh. And as you can see, we have more control on when the elements appear. Now that was only one of the many enhancements of Spectra Pro, so if you're interested, you find a link in the description below. Next, I will show you how to create a completely new page from scratch. So in WordPress, you want to go to Pages, Add New Page. Let's call it Testimonials. And next, let's click on the eye icon so that we can hide the title of our page. Next, you want to click on the Astra icon in the top right corner. And where you see Container Layout, you want to select the Full Width option. Next, you want to click on the plus sign in the top left corner and click on Container. Now we're going to select this one here with the two subcontainers. And next, let's click on the Document Overview. We're going to rename our containers for organization purposes. So if I expand the main container, you can see we have two subcontainers. So open the course files and locate the text subfolder. And we're going to open the 04-testimonials text file. So our main container is going to be called testimonials. So let me copy this. Then let me go back, click on the first container, three dots, rename, paste, and save. Now let me go back to my text file, and this time let me copy testimonials left. Then select my first subcontainer, three dots, rename, paste, and save. Now back in my file, this time let me select testimonials right and copy. And you know the drill now, select the container, three dots, rename, paste, and save. All right, so let's start with our main container. So if you get this, the paragraph block, you can delete it. So three dots and delete. And now with my testimonials container selected, first of all, I need to go back to my Spectra information. So right now, if you recall, we are in the Astra settings. So we're just going to click on this icon here. And there you go. So let's close the container type subtab and let's open the layout subtab. And where you see align items, you want to pick the first icon, Flex Start. Next, let's click on the Style tab, Background, and for the tab, you want to select the first icon, then click on Color, and let's select color number 9. Now let's close this. Let's close the Background subtab and let's open the Spacing subtab. And where you see Padding, you want to click on the link icon to unlink the values. Then you want to give it a top value of 60, right of 40 pixels, bottom 120 pixels for the bottom, and 40 pixels for the left value. All right, now let's select our testimonials left subcontainer, then go to the General tab, and where you see minimum height, you want to change the unit to VH and give it a value of 70. Next, click on the Style tab, Background, Color, and for the color, we're going to choose color number 5. Now let's close this. Let's open the Spacing subtab, and for the padding, you want to give it a value of 40 pixels all around. Let me hit Publish now. Next, click on the plus sign, and we want to add a heading block. Now, if you don't see it, you can just type in the search field, start typing heading. As you can see, we have 2 here, one with the black outline, this is from WordPress core, and one with the blue outline from Spectra, and this is the one we want. So I'm going to click on it. Then back in my course files, I'm just going to copy this label and replace the text here. Next, with my heading selected, I'm going to go to General, and where you see alignment, you want to click on Center. The heading tag in this case should be set to H1. Next, go to Style, and for the heading color, we want to select color number 6. Next, click on the typography icon, and let's give it a font size of 40 pixels. Now scroll down to where you see letter spacing, and let's give it a value of 1 pixel. All right, so still with my heading block selected, I'm going to click on the plus sign here in the top left corner and click on Image Block from Spectra. Next, I'm going to click on Media Library, and we're going to select this image here. Next, click on Select, and with our image selected, here you see image dimensions. We want to give it a width of 37 pixels. Next, still with our image selected, once again click on the plus sign, and in the search field you want to start typing testimonials. As you can see, we have this block from Spectra, so just click on it, and next go to General, then to the General subtab, and where you see number of testimonials, you want to change it to 1. Then click on the Image subtab, click on the plus sign, and we're going to select this image here. Next, click on Select, and now it's time to change the content. So here is our first testimonial. So let me just copy that line, select my text here, and replace it. Now the name doesn't change, but let me copy the profession and location, then select the text here and just replace it. Next, still with my testimonials block selected, I'm going to go to Style, and then where you see the Name subtab, for the color, I'm going to select color number 2, then click on the typography icon, and I'm going to change it to 15 pixels. Now let me close this, let me close the Name subtab, and let me open the Content subtab. Now for the color, I'm going to pick color number 6, and next for the font size, I'm going to change it to 17 pixels. Now let me close the Content subtab, and let's open the Company subtab. Color should be set to color number 9. Now let's close this, and the font size should be set to 14 pixels. All right, let's save to save our progression. And now let's move on to our second subcontainer. So here is our second subcontainer, and let me open the document overview. So it's right here. And what we're going to do, we're actually going to add additional subcontainers. Let me show you. So here I'm going to click on the plus sign and hit container. So visually you can't really see it, but here in the document overview, you can see we now have a subcontainer. So let's rename it. I'm going to copy testimonial right top. Let's click on the 3 dots, rename, paste, and save. Now let me close this, and see as I click it changed the focus. So make sure you select testimonial right top. Next, click on the General tab, and where you see minimum height, you want to change the unit to VH, and then give it a value of 34. Next, click on the Style tab, open the Background subtab, and for the color, you want to select color number 1. Now let's close this, and let's open the Spacing subtab, and where you see padding, you want to give it a value of 40 pixels all around. Next, you want to click on the image in the left container here, click on the three dots and hit copy. And then here, we're going to select paragraph, right click and paste. Next, we want to copy the testimonial here. So with the testimonial block selected, click on the three dots, hit copy. And then here, I'm going to click on my image, click on the three dots, add after, and basically it's adding a paragraph block. And then I'm just going to right click and paste. So next we need to change our content. So I'm just going to copy the text from here, select my text and replace it. Now let me do the same with the rest of the content. Copy and paste and copy and paste. Next, let me click on the general tab, image, change image, and let me select this image here. Then click on select. Next, click on style. Let's open the content subtab, typography, and let's change the font size to 15 pixels. Now let me close this. And now, first let me collapse this. Let me collapse this also. And where you see testimonial right top, click on the three dots and hit duplicate. And right away, let's select the duplicate, click on the three dots, rename, and let's change this to testimonial right bottom instead of right top, and hit save. Now click on the style tab, background subtab, and for the color, this time we're going to select color number 4. Now let's change our content. So let's copy our text and replace it. Then the name, copy, and let's replace it. And the profession and location, let's copy and paste. Now let's go back to general, image, change image, and let's pick this image here, then hit select. All right, so let's save and let's preview our page. And there you go, looking beautiful. But now let's spice it up a little bit. So first, let me select my testimonials left container, then go to advanced, animations, and let's choose fade right. Now let's select the testimonial right top container, animations, and this time let's select fade left. And last but not least, testimonial right bottom, advanced, animation, and this time let's select fade up. Click on save, and let's preview our page. And voila, awesome. And in a moment, I will show you how you can enhance this even more. But for the time being, we have another issue because the page is beautiful, but how can we access it from the navigation? Well, let me show you. So in the admin bar, I'm gonna hover over the name of my website and click on menus. And if you started from the dashboard, you go to appearance, menus. Now make sure the correct menu is selected. If I click here, I have two menus, the footer menu and the header menu. So you want to select the header menu, click on select. Next, in the most recent, you see testimonials, but if you don't see it here, click on view all and you will see your page here. So let's click on testimonial and click on add to menu. And now we can drag and drop it anywhere we want. So I'm just going to place it between services and contact and click on save menu. Now let me go back to my website. So I hover over the name of the website, click on visit site. And now as you can see, testimonials has been added to our navigation. So if I click on it, it's taking me to the page as it should. Now, as promised, let me show you how we can use Spectra Pro to enhance our animation. Now let's go back to pages, all pages, edit testimonials. All right, so first of all, click on the document overview icon. Next, expand this and expand the testimonials right container. Next, click on the testimonial right top container, then go to advanced, animations, and where you see animation delay, you want to give it a value of 300, and we're talking in milliseconds here, so 300 milliseconds. Then let's select the testimonial right bottom container, and this time let's give it an animation delay of 600 milliseconds. Next, click on save, and now let's preview our page. And voila! As you can see, we have more control on the animation itself. Now for the sake of this video, I kept it simple, but we have more animations like the flips, slides, zoom in, zoom out, and even more settings like the animation easing, for example. Now as a reminder, this is what we get with the free version of Spectra, so let me refresh. So it's looking beautiful, it's just that everything happens at the same time. And now let's take a look at the Pro version, so let me refresh. And as you can see, we have more control on the animation. Now, enhanced animations are only one of the many features of Spectra Pro, so if you're interested, you find a link in the description below. Next, I will show you how easy it is to add a blog to your website. And I will show you how to do it with the Astra theme. Then I will show you how to do it with the free version of Spectra. And as mentioned, I will also show you an alternative with both Astra Pro and Spectra Pro. So let's start with the free version of Astra. And the first step, and that's valid for all methods, is that we need to add the content. So open the course files and then navigate to the text subfolder. And next we're going to open this file. So here at the top, you see the blog post titles. And here you see the single blog post text. So let me copy the first title. And in WordPress, you want to go to posts, add new posts, and let's paste the title we just copied. Now let's go back to the course file and now let's copy the content of the blog post. Next, click here where it says type, and we're just going to paste what we just copied. Awesome. Now make sure you are on the post tab here and then click on set featured image. And I'm going to select this image here. As you can see in the file name, it ends by 01. So then for the second article, I'm going to use the next image that ends by 02, then 03, and so on. And once I'm done, I'll start again from 1 because we have 9 blog posts we're going to add. All right, so let me select my image and then click on set featured image. And next, click on publish and publish one more time. Okay, now I'm just going to repeat the operation for the remaining 8 blog posts, but it's exactly the same thing. So I'm just going to click on the icon here in the top left to go back. This is my blog post list. I'm going to delete the initial one that was there by default. So I just hover over it, click on trash, and now I'm just going to add the rest of the articles. Okay, so now we have all of our blog posts, and as the name says, these are single blog posts. But now we need a page where all of these blog posts can be referenced. So for that, you want to go to Pages, Add New Page, and let's call it Blog. Then click on Publish and publish one more time. Now let me close this. And now if I click on the preview icon, as you can see, this is just an empty page. So let me close this. Now let me click on the icon in the top left corner. And next, let's go to Settings, Reading, Post Page, click on the drop-down and select our newly created blog page. Then click on Save Changes. Next, go to Appearance, Menus. Make sure the primary header menu is selected. Then click on the View All tab. And let's add the newly created blog page. So select it and click on Add to Menu. And now let's drag it between testimonials and contact. And finally, click on Save Menu. All right, now let's hover over the name of our website, click on Visit Site. And first of all, as you can see, blog has been added to our navigation. So just click on it and voila. As you can see, we see all of our blog posts. And if I click on a blog post, here is the complete single blog post content. Now let me scroll back up and let's go back to our main blog page. And as you can see, it's super easy to add a blog to your website, but let's say we want a different layout because here you can see the image is pretty big. You have an excerpt, then you need to scroll down. What if I want a bird's eye view of the last 6 to 9 posts, for example? Well, for that, we need to access the Astra customizer. So you can either click here on customize, or if you're starting from the dashboard, you would go to Astra, Customize. Next, you want to go to Blog and Blog Archive. Now, in order to see what we're going to do here in the navigation, I'm going to click on Blog so that we will see the changes reflected in real time. So first of all, where you see blog title area, click on the little arrow. And here you see banner layout. We're going to select layout number 2. Next, we want to enable it on the blog page. So toggle this on. And next, click on the Design tab. And where you see Container Background, select Custom. And the background color should be set to color number 5. Next, title color should be set to color number 6. All right, let's scroll back up and let's go back one step. Now let's scroll down, and where you see blog layout, as you can see, we have several options here. This is the main option that we saw. Next, we have the list option. So as you can see, a different layout. We have the cover option or the grid option. Next, where you see post per page, you want to change it from 10 to 6. So let's check. Yep, only 6. And as you can see, now we see the pagination. So if I go back to 10, well, the pagination disappears because we have 9 blog posts. So let me go back to 6. And here is our pagination. Now let me scroll down. And for the post structure, let's turn off post meta, excerpt, and we're just going to keep featured image, title, and read more. All right, let's scroll back up and let's click on the Design tab. And let's change the post title size to 25 pixels. And let's set the meta font size to 15 pixels. Awesome, so that was for the blog post archive, but now we want to take care of the single blog post template. So let's go back one step and click on single post. Now let's scroll down and let's make sure related posts is turned on. So now if I click on a single post, let me scroll down, and as you can see, I have the related post section. Now let me scroll back up and click on design. Great, now we need to take care of the spacing here. So let me scroll back up, and where you see outside, we want 0 all around. And next, where you see inside, we want 60 pixels all around. Now let's click on publish one more time. And now if we go to the front end of our website and go to the blog, as you can see, it works as intended. So we have this beautiful grid, and if I click on any blog post, as you can see, our blog post is looking clean and fresh. We have related posts, and just below we have the comment section. Now, if you have Astra Pro, you can use the same approach to customize your blog, but with way more settings. Now, I've already covered that in this video, and since today's video is part of a course dedicated to Spectra, instead, I will show you how to add a blog with the free version of Spectra, and as mentioned before, later on in the video, I will also show you how to use a combo of Astra Pro and Spectra Pro to take your blog to the next level. So let's see what we can do with the free version of Spectra. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is go to Settings, Reading, and that same option we changed before, we're going to put it back to Select and click on Save Changes. And let me show you what this does. Now let me go back to the front end, and I have not refreshed this page yet. So this is the previous version. But now that we just changed our setting, let me refresh. And as you can see, we're back to square one. So let me explain this. As you can see, there is nothing in this page except from the title. And if we go to Pages, All Pages, and edit our blog page, if you remember, there is nothing in it. So it makes sense, right? But let me go back to the dashboard, then go to Settings, Reading. When we tell WordPress, the post page is the blog page, but it could be any other page. Basically, what's going to happen is WordPress is going to overwrite whatever is on that page and make it the blog page. And then the theme takes over, and in our case, it's the Astra WordPress theme. And that's why the blog page, which is empty, gets overwritten and shows the post grid. But we can also add a post grid manually with Spectra. And now you know how it works. Let me show you. So let's go back to Pages, All Pages. And first of all, let's do a little bit of cleaning. The order of the page is not quite what we want. So we want testimonials to come just before contact. So let's take a look. Click on Quick Edit, and you can see the order number is 30. And let's check contact. It's 40. So basically, we need to put a number between 30 and 40. Same thing for blog. So testimonials, quick edit. I'm going to give it a value of 31. Click on Update. Same thing for the blog, quick edit. And this time, let's give it a value of 32. Click on Update. And now let's refresh our page. And voila, much cleaner because this respects the order of the navigation. You don't have to do it, but I find it way easier, especially as your website is going to grow. All right, with that out of the way, let's hover over blog and click on edit. Now click on the plus sign in the top left corner and click on heading. Let's change the text to blog. And I'm actually going to click on the title of the page and click on the eye icon just to mask it. And the reason is simple. I want total control on how the title appears, and I can do it with Spectra here. So let me select my heading. Then in general, where you see alignment, you want to select center. And where you see heading tag, you want to select H1. Next, click on the style tab. Then open the spacing subtab. And you want to unlink the padding values and give it 0, 0, 20, and 0 pixels. So that's for the spacing all around our title. Next, we want to add a container, but first let's click on the document overview icon so that we have a better view of what we're doing in terms of structure. So next, let me click on the plus sign, container, and let's select this structure here. And before we continue, you probably know about the good habits to take. So let's rename our container. So once again, let me open the document overview, select my container, click on the 3 dots, rename, and let's call it blog archive. Click on save. And with our blog archive container selected, you want to go to the general tab. And where you see content box width, you want to change it to 1204. Next, click on the style tab, spacing. And where you see padding, you want to unlink the values and give it 0, 0, 120, and 0 pixels. Next, within the blog archive container, you want to click on the plus sign and start typing posts. And you see you have several blocks here. And the one we want to choose is this one, post grid. And as you can see, this is our manual post grid. I say manual as opposed to the one used with the Astra theme, because this one here is a Spectra block. So with our post grid selected, you want to go to the general tab. Post per page should be set to 6. Now let me scroll down. Post pagination should be on, and the page limit should be set to 6. Next, click on the pagination subtab, and let me scroll down here so you can see this is our pagination, and you want to go from field to border. Awesome, we're getting there. Next, click on the content subtab. The HTML tag should be set to H2, and we want to deactivate everything here. Next, click on the style tab, click on the title subtab, where you see typography, click on the icon, set the font size to 21, then scroll down to letter spacing and set it to 0. Now let's close this. Where you see bottom spacing, you want to change the value to 5 pixels. Next, click on the read more link subtab. Normal text color should be set to color number 6. And the hover text color should be set to color number 9. Next, let's click back on the normal tab. Background color should be set to color number 5. And the hover background color should be set to color number 4. Next, let's scroll down. Border radius should be set to 30 all around. And where you see button padding, you want to unlink the values and give it 10 at the top, 20 right, 10 at the bottom, and 20 left. And next, let's save our work. And now let's click on the preview icon. So as you can see, this is our new blog page. And if I click on any of the article, it takes me to the single blog post that we already set up with the Astra theme. So as you saw, we already created 2 versions, one with the free version of Astra and one with the free version of Spectra. They both use a grid, they have a different philosophy. If you want the quick and easy way, it's already built in the Astra theme, but as you saw, it doesn't really take much time to build it with the free version of Spectra. Now, as promised at the beginning of this video, I'm going to show you how to take your blog to the next level with Astra Pro and Spectra Pro. And if you don't yet have Astra Pro and Spectra Pro, whether you get it from the Astra website or from the Spectra website, as long as you get the essential toolkit, you get both. So in WordPress, you want to go to Plugins, Add New Plugin, click on Upload Plugin, and then click on Choose File. Select the Astra Pro add-on plugin. and click on Install Now. Next, click on Activate Plugin. You will see an activation prompt here. Just click on it, paste your license key, and click on Activate. Next, go to Plugins, Add New Plugin, Upload Plugin, choose File, and select the Spectra Pro plugin. Click on Open, Install Now, and Activate Plugin. Next, paste your license key, and click on Activate. Next, go to Blocks Extensions, Pro, and make sure Loop Builder and Dynamic Content are activated. Now let's go to Astra, Dashboard, scroll down, and you want to make sure Site Builder is also activated. Next, go to Astra, Customize, Blog, Blog Archive, Blog Title Area, click on the arrow, and we want to go from Banner Layout 2 to Banner Layout 1, and then click on Publish. Now let's close this, and next you want to go to Astra, Site Builder, and basically the site builder that comes with Astra Pro gives you superpower. You can change any part of the website, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to change the post page. And next you want to go to Settings, Reading, and one more time we're going to change this option. So where you see post page, once again we want to select Blog and click on Save Changes. So if we take a look, let's hover over the name of our website, click on Visit Site, then let's go to Blog. We are back at what we did in the first part of this video. So this is created by the Astra theme, and we're going to override it. So let's go back to our dashboard and go to Astra, Site Builder. And basically, as the name implies, the Site Builder from Astra gives you superpower because now you can pretty much change any part on your website, even the dynamic parts. So let me show you. Let's go to Archive, click on Create New, and let's call it Blog Archive. Next, click on the plus sign and type heading. And we want to select the Spectra block here with the blue outline. Let's change the text to blog. And next, go to the General tab, and where you see alignment, you want to set it to center. And you want to change the heading tag to H1. Next, click on the Style tab. Then go to the Spacing sub-tab, and you want to unlink the margin values and give it 0, 0, 20 pixels, and 0. Next, let's open the document overview. Click on the plus sign, and we want to add a container just below our heading. And let's select this structure here. And once again, let's reopen the document overview. Click on the three dots of our container, hit rename, and let's call it Blog Archive. Then click on Save. And with our Blog Archive container selected, go to General, and where you see Content Box Width, change the value to 1204. Then click on the Style tab, Spacing, unlink the padding values, and you want to give it 0, 0, 120, and 0 in pixels. Next, click on the plus sign and start typing Loop Builder. So here it is, and select Portrait Layout 1. And as you can see, once again, we have another grid, our third one today after Astra and the post grid from the free version of Spectra. And basically, the Loop Builder is like the post grid on steroids. Actually, we created a video on the topic. So if you want to know more about the Loop Builder, make sure you watch this video. But of course, once you're done watching this one. So with our Loop Builder block selected, you want to go to the General tab, and where you see post per page, you want to change it to 6. Then you want to expand the Loop Builder in the document overview, select the wrapper, and where you see column gap, you want to change the value to 20. So this is just for the spacing between the columns. Next, you want to expand the wrapper and select the container just below it. Then go to General, and where you see minimum height, select pixels and give it a value of 470. Next, where you see HTML tag, click in the drop down and you want to select link. And right here you see a link field. Click on the database icon. Data source should be set to current post, and source field should be set to post permalink. And very important, click on the apply button. Next, let's close the container type subtab And let's open the layout subtab. Align items should be set to center, and justify content should be set to flex end. Now there's a lot of things going on here, so I'm just going to click here. And by the way, anything we do here on this instance is going to be reflected on all instances. Because if you look here in the document overview, there is one loop builder with a wrapper with a container. So anything you change in that container is going to be reflected in all instances. It's going to make sense in a moment. So let me select the time here, and in the floating bar, click on the three dots, hit delete. And as you can see, it's been deleted all across the board. Let's repeat for the text here where you see no content, three dots, delete. And let's do the same with the image. So let me select the image, three dots, delete. And we just want to keep the title and the read more button. So next, with my container selected, let's go to style. And where you see background, you want to select image. And right here you see database icon, so click on it. Data source should be set to current post. Source field should be set to featured image. And image size should be set to full. And once again, super important, don't forget to click on apply. All right, much better. Next, let's scroll down, and where you see overlay type, you want to click on gradient. Let's scroll down a bit more. Then the first color should be completely transparent. So just set the opacity slider all the way to the left. And the second color should be set to color number 5. Now let's close this. And where you see angle, you want to change the value to 180. Next, open the border subtab, and you want to change the border radius to 5 pixels all around. Now let's scroll down, let's open the spacing subtab, and let's change the padding to 20 pixels all around. All right, now let's select the title here, then go to general, and where you see alignment, you want to align in the center. The heading tag should be set to H2, and next click on style. Typography font size should be set to 21 pixels, and if we scroll down, letter spacing should be set to 0. Now let's close this. Next, open the link subtab, and where you see color, you want to change the color to color number 6. Now let's close this, and let's open the spacing subtab, and we want to change the padding values to 10, 0, 0, and 0. All right, we're getting there. Next, in the document overview, you want to select buttons, and then in the general tab, you want to align in the center. Then in the document overview, this time you want to select the button block, because yes, you can have several buttons within a buttons container. So this time we're selecting the button block. Next, you want to go to style, and where you see color, you want to change the color to color number 9. Then click on the spacing subtab, and where you see margin, you want to unlink the values and give it -10, 0, 0, 0. All right, next you want to select the loop builder here in the document overview, and you will see this floating bar here. And you want to click on this icon, add pagination. So let me click on it. And now as you can see, we have our pagination here. So as you can see, it added a buttons group here. So now I can expand, select for example, the first button, go to style. Let's click on text, and let's change the color to color number 5. Then let's click on the background subtab and change the color to transparent. And then click on the border subtab and change the color to color number 5. Now let's change the radius to 30. And next, let me open the spacing subtab and link the padding values and give it 10, 20, 10, and 20. Next, I'm going to click on the copy paste Spectra icon. Click on copy, then select the second button, hit the same icon, but this time hit paste. And let's repeat the operation for the third one and paste. Next, click on the Astra settings icon, display and user conditions, and where you see display on, click on the drop down, and you want to select blog post page. And that's how the site builder knows how to override other pages, templates, dynamic templates, and so on. So click on return to post and hit save. Now let's go back to the front end and let's refresh. And there you go. As you can see, we have a beautiful blog page. We have pagination. So if I click on number 2, here we are. Then I can click on any blog post and it takes me to a single blog post. Awesome. But we can do more. Actually, we can also change the single blog post template. So back in WordPress, you want to go to Pages, All Pages, and I'm going to keep this tab open and you'll understand why in a moment. So right now, I'm just going to hover over Astra, then navigate to Site Builder, and instead of clicking on it, I'm just going to open in a new tab. Now let me navigate to this tab, and this time you want to go to Single, Create New, and let's call it Blog Single Post. Then click on Publish and publish one more time. Next, click on the plus sign in the top left corner and select Container. And we want to select this structure here. Now let's open the document overview, click on the 3 dots and let's rename it. And let's call it Hero Header. Then hit Save and let's close this. Next, with our container selected, go to General and where you see Content Box Width, change the value to VW and the value to 100. And for the minimum height, select VH and the value should be set to 65. Next, let's close the subtab and let's open the Layout subtab. And Justify Content should be set to Flex End. Next, click on Style and select Image. And you will see a database icon. Click on it. Data source should be set to Current Post, source field to Featured Image, and image size full. And once again, don't forget to click on Apply. And as you do, the image appears. Next, let's scroll down, and where you see Overlay Type, you want to select Gradient. The first color should be set to Transparent, so drag the opacity slider all the way to the left. And the second color should be set to color number 5. Now, let's close this. Let's scroll down, and where you see Angle, you want to change the value to 180. And next, open the Spacing subtab, and let's give it a value of 60 pixels all around. Awesome, it's starting to take shape. Next, click on the plus sign. Let me scroll down, and let's select Heading. And if you don't see it, just start typing Heading. You want to select the one with the blue outline, the Spectra block. So click on it. Let's select all of our text. Then click on the database icon. Data source should be set to Current Post and source field to Post Title. And once again, as you may know, don't forget to click on Apply. Now, let's close this. And still with our heading selected, you want to go to General, align in the center, and the heading tag should be set to H1. Next, you want to go to Style, and where you see Color, you want to change the color to color number 6. Then click on the typography icon and set it to 40 pixels. All right. Next, here in the document overview, you want to select your heading, then click on the plus sign, and you want to add a buttons block. And this is where the tab we previously left open in our browser will come in handy. So I'm just going to navigate to this tab, then hover over blog, and you see view here. You want to right click and copy the link. Now let me go back to where I was, and with my button selected, I go to the content subtab, and where you see link, I'm just going to remove the pound sign, and I'm just going to paste the link I just copied. Now let me double click here, and let me change the text to back to the blog. And next, let me click on the style tab. Normal text color should be set to color number 6, and the hover color to color number 9. Now let's open the background subtab. The normal background color should be set to transparent, and the hover color should be set to color number 1. Now let's move on to the border. Normal color should be set to color number 9, and the hover color should be set to color number 1. Now let's change the radius to 30 pixels all around. And next, let's open the spacing subtab. Let's unlink the padding values, and let's give it 10, 20, 10, and 20. And now let's take a look, and it looks great. Now let's open our document overview. Let's collapse our hero header. Click on the plus sign, and let's add a new container. Let's select this structure, and let's rename it. So, you know the drill now. Click on the 3 dots, rename, and let's call it content. Then hit save, and let's close this. Now with our content container selected, let's go to general, and where you see content box width, you want to change it to 800. Next, go to style, spacing, and where you see padding, you want to unlink the values and give it 30, 30, 120, and 30 pixels. Next, you want to click on the plus sign and add a content block. Just click on it. Now let's scroll down, and right below the content block, we want to click on the plus sign. Let's scroll down and add a separator block. And with our block selected, go to style and change the separator height to 2. And you want to change the color to a light color. In my case, I chose this one. Next, let me open the document overview, click on the plus sign and add a heading. And let's change the content to more posts. And with our heading selected, you want to go to general, make sure the heading is set to H2, then go to style, typography, and let's set the font size to 30 pixels. Now let's save. Now let's navigate to our other browser tab. Then you want to go to Astra, Site Builder, and we want to open the blog archive. So click on edit, open the document overview. Let's expand the blog archive container, select the loop builder, 3 dots, and copy. Now let's navigate back to the browser tab where we were editing our single blog post. And with our heading selected, click on the 3 dots in the floating bar, add after, then right click here where you see type and hit paste. Next, let's open our document overview and let's expand our loop builder here. Then click on buttons, 3 dots, and delete. Next, let's select our read more button here and let's delete the whole buttons group. So here in the document overview, you see buttons, right click on the 3 dots and delete. Now with our title selected here, you want to go to style, typography, and let's change the value to 17 pixels. Next, let's select our loop builder in the document overview. You want to change the post per page to 3. Then go 2 steps down, you see the wrapper here and the container. Let's select this container once again. Then go to general, and where you see minimum height, you want to change the value from 470 pixels to 150 pixels. Next, click on the Astra settings icon. Then click on display and user conditions, and we want to instruct the site builder to show this on all blog posts. Next, click on return to post, and let's hit save. Now if you go back to the front end, this is what we had before. Now let me refresh. And as you can see, it's looking beautiful. But there is one more thing I want to change. So back in WordPress, you want to go to Astra, customize, then go to blog, single post. And actually, let me show you. Let me open the blog here. Let's open a blog post. And now in container layout, I'm going to select full width. And there you go. So let me hit publish. And if we go back to the front end and refresh, voila. So let's try this from the beginning. Let's go back to the blog. So as you can see, it's really stylish and consistent with the rest of our design with the border radius here. We have our pagination, so I can go to page 2, open these blog posts. I got a beautiful hero section here, and I can go back to the blog in just one click. And as I scroll, here I have my text, more posts, and we can even add comments. So let me go back, close this, then go to Astra, Site Builder, edit single blog posts. Now let me scroll down, open the document overview. So let me select my content container here. Let's expand it, select the loop builder, click on the plus sign, and I'm just gonna start typing comments. And here I have the comments block. So let me click on it. As you can see, it added it here, hit save. And now if we go back to the front end and refresh, let's scroll down. And now as you can see, we can even add comments here. So as you can see, when it comes to adding a blog to your website, all roads lead to Rome. And you can achieve this straight up with Astra. You can also do it with the free version of Spectra or with a combo of both Astra Pro and Spectra Pro for the ultimate customization. And now that the desktop version of our website is ready, next, I will show you how to make our website responsive for tablet and mobile devices. Now, making your website responsive is essential nowadays because of the importance of smartphones. Now, that phase of your website project is also beneficial because it will allow you to address mistakes you may have overlooked when building the desktop version and that need correction. Because let's face it, it's almost impossible to have everything 100% perfect from your first draft. Next, principles of responsive editing. So first, let's define responsive web design or responsive editing. Responsive editing means that you need to modify your website separately for desktop, tablet, and mobile to make it look equally good on all of these screens. Now, the way you're going to implement responsive editing is going to differ based on the project. But we could say there are two main philosophies. The first one is to complete the desktop version first and then make the website responsive for tablet and mobile devices, which is what we're going to do in this video. But we're only using this route for this project because it makes it easier to teach the concepts. But in a real life scenario, more than likely we would be using the second option or second philosophy, which is simply to make your website responsive as you go page by page, and there are many advantages. Just imagine you're working on your homepage and you got all your responsive settings dialed up. Then it's super easy to just copy and paste to the next page as you go. And this is such a time saver over the course of a project. Now, whatever route you choose, there are a few things you should always keep in mind. 1. Don't just create for the device that you prefer. Maybe you prefer viewing websites on your desktop, but maybe 80% of your audience prefers viewing websites on their smartphone or vice versa. Next, don't try to get everything looking exactly the same on all devices because this is virtually impossible. Maybe it was possible in 1999, but today we have so many resolutions and devices that it is virtually impossible. And that brings me to my next point. Focus on the experience. So, because the experience may differ based on whether you are viewing the website on a desktop, a tablet, or a mobile, you may have to change layouts completely just to adapt to that specific device. And bear in mind, people don't really screen a page the same way they do on a desktop versus a mobile, for example. Okay, now that you understand what is responsive web design and responsive editing, let's dive in. So earlier in the course, I briefly showed you the responsive controls, but now let's dig deeper. So if we look in the interface, we have this icon here, and if I click on it, I can go from desktop to tablet and mobile. Now, this is good, but I prefer using the traditional browser because there's a hidden feature not many people know about, and that really helps when it comes to building responsive websites. So for example, here I'm viewing the website in the Brave browser, but you could use Chrome, Firefox, and many other browsers. So I'm just going to right click and click on Inspect. And then right here, I'm going to click on this icon, which symbolizes a desktop and a mobile. So that's our responsive icon. And as you can see, now I have a tablet version. So here I have a drop-down list and I have a lot of different devices. Here I'm on the iPad Air, but let me try the iPhone 14 Pro Max, and here it is. But not only I can choose Samsung, or I can click on Edit and add even more devices. I can also have completely custom resolutions. Now, most of the time, the preview in the WordPress admin is completely fine, but when you really want to fine-tune, I find the browser approach a good complement because you can really choose the type of devices you want to test it on, and it's pretty accurate. Now, there are a couple of concepts I'm quickly going to explain because that's going to help you for the rest of this video. And the first one is that elements can vary depending on the device. So let me show you. Let me go back in desktop mode, and I'm going to select this container here, then go to Style. And as you can see, I have my image here, right? So now let me go into tablet mode, and I'm going to change the image. So click on the plus sign here, and let me select this image here. So this is for the tablet. Now let me go back into desktop mode, and as you can see, we still have the previous image just for the desktop. Now let's go back into tablet mode, and you're getting the concept now. And as you may imagine, let me go into mobile mode. I can change the image, and this time let me pick this image. Click on select, and as you may have guessed it, if I go back to tablet, it's a different image, and desktop, I'm back to the original image. So as you can see, we can easily change the content per device, but it's not just for images. So let me show you. Let me scroll down and let me select my heading here. Next, I'm going to go to Style, Typography, and as you can see, the desktop size is 40 pixels. Now, let me go into tablet mode, and this time, let's make it 20 pixels, for example. And then let's go into mobile mode, and let's make it super dramatic. Let's make it 12. So now, as you can see, if I go to desktop, this is the size we have. Tablets, way smaller, and mobile, super tiny. So by now, I think you get the idea. You can completely change the content based on the device. Now let's talk about another important concept. And that concept is that padding and margin can be managed at various levels. But wait. First of all, what is padding and margins? Let me show you. So let's go back into desktop mode. Let me scroll down. I'm going to select this container here, and I'm just going to duplicate it. Now, with the second container selected, I'm just going to change the color so that we can differentiate. And let's just say that the margin is the space between the edge of the container and the outside world, whereas the padding is the space between the edge of the container and the inside world. It's a bit theoretical, but let me show you. So with my container selected, let me go to spacing. And here I'm going to add 100 pixels of top margin. And you can see, as I said, is the space between the edge of the container and the outside world. Now let's do the same thing, but for the padding. So I'm going to change it from 70 to 100. And you can see it's bigger here. If I want to make it more dramatic, let me put 1000, and then, you see what I mean. So let me put it back to 100. And as I said, the padding is the space between the edge of the container and the inside world. But it doesn't stop there, because basically padding and margin can be applied to other blocks. So let me select this block here, go to Style, and guess what? We have padding and margin. So let me give it 80. And as you can see, now we have 80 pixels all around. But I can take this further and add 80 pixels of margin all around, and it's even more dramatic. So all of this to tell you that all roads lead to Rome, and there are various ways you can play with the margins and the padding at various levels. So it's really up to you to play with the different possibilities and know that there's not just one solution. Sometimes you use the padding inside a container, sometimes you use a margin outside of a block. It really depends, but you can get exactly the same result by combining these different techniques. It's really a matter of preference. Okay, now that you understand these two concepts, let's start making our website responsive. And let's start with our header and footer. So in WordPress, you want to go to Astra, Customize, and here at the bottom, you see the tablet icon. So click on it. Then let's go to Header Builder. And if you recall, there are two types of headers, the standard header and the transparent header. And here we're using the transparent header. So first of all, I'm going to click on transparent header, and where you see logo width, I'm going to change it from 60 to 120 pixels. Next, let me click on the mobile icon, and this time let me change the logo width to 100 pixels. All right. Now don't mind the weird display here, because this is precisely what we'll be addressing in the rest of this video. But for now, we want to go back and then click on site title and logo. And now this is the logo for the standard header. That's the header that you're going to see if you go to the blog, for example. So let me show you. Let me go back in desktop mode. Let me go to the blog. So this is using the standard header. So let me click on the tablet icon. And one more time, let's change it from 60 to 120 pixels. And next, let's click on the mobile icon. And let's change it from 50 to 100 pixels. All right, let's go back into desktop mode. Let's go back one step. Now click on the tablet icon, then toggle button. And first of all, we're going to change the toggle icon. Let's select the first one here. My opinion is a bit more stylish, but that's just personal preference. Next, click on the design tab. The icon color should be set to color number 6. and the background color should be set to color number 5. And now if we go into mobile mode, as you can see, it kept the same settings, so we're all good. So let me go back into tablet mode. Let me go back one step, click on transparent header, then click on the design tab and scroll down to where you see toggle color. So the icon color should be set to color number 6 and the background color should be set to color number 5. And if you check, we can see the changes are reflected. And just to make sure, let's click on the mobile device and voila, looking good, at least for the header for the time being. Now let's go back in desktop mode and now let's scroll down and we can see here our footer is looking good. But now let's click on the tablet icon. Let's scroll down, still looking good for our logo. And now let's go into mobile mode. Let's scroll down and here too our logo is looking good. All right, so let's click on publish to save our work. Next, making the homepage responsive. So I'm going to close this. And next you want to go to pages, all pages. And I'm going to keep this browser tab open and I'm just going to hover over home. And where you see edit, I'm going to right click and open link in a new tab. That's going to make it way easier down the line to have all the tabs open because we're going to copy and paste elements from various pages as we go along. So let me navigate to the home page in edit mode. And first, let me click on the document overview icon. And with my hero container selected, I'm going to go to the style tab, scroll down, open the spacing subtab. And where you see padding, I'm going to click on the responsive icon, click on tablet mode, and I'm going to give it 70, then 40 pixels on the right, 10 at the bottom, and 40 on the left. Now one more time, let me click on the responsive icon and go into mobile mode. And this time, let me give it 10, 20, 50, and 20 pixels. All right, let me go back in desktop mode. And now let me select my info box here. So you can see it here in the document overview. Next, let me click on the style tab, click on the prefix subtab, click on the typography icon. And as you can see for the desktop, the font size is set to 50. Now let me go into tablet mode. And by default, it takes the value from the device above, so 50. But if you want to be sure, you can set it here, 50. Now let's go into mobile mode and let's set the font size to 44 pixels. Now let me close this. Let's close the subtab and let's open the title subtab. Now click on the typography icon. And for this one, we only want to change the mobile size and we are in mobile mode, so it's perfect. Now actually the font size is correct, 72, but where you see line height, we want to change it to 60 pixels. Now make sure you select pixels because if you just type 60, this is going to happen. So make sure you click on pixels and now you have 60 pixels. All right, let's close this. Now let's go back into desktop mode and let's open the description subtab. Next, click on the typography icon. And for the desktop, we want to give it 16 pixels. Now let's go in tablet mode. And this time, let's give it 18 pixels. And next, let's go into mobile mode. And this time, let's give it 14 pixels. All right, let's close this. Next, let's click on call to action. Then click on the typography icon. And right now we are in mobile mode, but don't forget what I told you earlier. For example, the mobile would take the setting from the device above. So it would be the tablet. And the same for the tablet, it would take it from the desktop. Here we want the same value all across the board. So we're going to go back in desktop mode and just give it a value of 13. It's already 13, but make sure it's set to 13 pixels. And if you do, this is the value that's going to be applied to the tablet and the mobile. Now, still in the typography box, let's scroll down and where you see letter spacing, you want to give it a value of 1 pixel. Awesome. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but there is still something we need to change here. So here we are in desktop mode and let me close this so we have a more accurate representation. And here it looks good. But let me go in tablet mode. And as you can see, there's a lot of space here and the same goes for the mobile version. So let me close the call to action subtab and let's open the description subtab. And here we have values. These values are in percentage, not in pixels. So we're going to give it 0, 0, 3, and 0. And that's much better. Now let's go into mobile mode. And this time the values are in pixels, because yes, that can happen. You can mix and match values. It really depends on the use case. But once again, all roads lead to Rome, so you can achieve the same results. It's more a matter of preference and also good habits. All right, so we're going to give it 0, 0, 20, and 0. Actually, it's a bit close compared to the text right above, so let's give it a top margin of 10 pixels. All right, that's better. And next, let's click on Save to save our work. All right, let's go back in desktop mode. And now let's open our service container. I'm just going to collapse the hero container and select our services container. Now let me scroll down. So this is our services container. So let me select my heading here, then go to Style, Typography, and the font size is 40 pixels. Now let's go into tablet mode. And let's give it a value of 38. And next is going to mobile mode, and let's give it a value of 34 pixels. All right, let's close this. Let's close the heading subtab and let's open the spacing subtab. And a good habit every time you deal with a new setting is to go back to the desktop mode. So let me go back in desktop mode. And we can see here for the desktop mode, there are no specific margin settings, just using the default. So now let's go into tablet mode. And here we want a bit more space. So we're going to give it 0, 0, 30, 0. And the same for the mobile mode. 0, 0, 30, and 0. And that's in pixels. Okay, let's go back in desktop mode. Next, let's select our first subcontainer. And if we expand it, we can see we have 3 subcontainers. So let's go in tablet mode. And we can see here it's fine. Now let's go into mobile mode. And we can see the gap is a bit big. So let's reduce this from 70 to 50. All right. Next, let's go back in desktop mode. Now let me collapse my first subcontainer and let's expand the second subcontainer. Now let me select this buttons container, then go to Style, Spacing, and where you see margin, I'm going to unlink the values. And for the desktop, I'm going to give it a top margin of 30, 0, 0, 0. Now let me go in tablet mode. Then once again, unlink the values. And let's give it the same values, 30, 0, 0, 0. Next, let's go into mobile mode, unlink the values. And this time, let's give it a top margin of 60 pixels and the rest 0, 0, 0. And let me scroll down. So this is the margin we have here above the button. Next, I'm going to expand the buttons container and we can see we have an individual button block. So I'm going to select it, then go to Style, Typography. And let's make sure we are in desktop mode. Size should be 13 pixels and the letter spacing should be set to 1 pixel. All right. So let's save our work and let's collapse our services container. Now let's scroll down. This is our testimonials container. Let's do a visual check. If we go in tablet mode, it's looking fine, even though we could have a bit more padding. So let me click on the testimonials container, go to Style, Padding, and let's give it a right padding of 40 pixels and a left padding of 40 pixels. Now let's go in mobile mode. Let's scroll down and here it's looking good. Awesome. Now let's scroll down to the About container. Let's go back in desktop mode, then go to Style, Spacing, and here you see the padding values for the desktop. We're not going to change that. And next, let's go in tablet mode and let's change it to 70, 40, 70, and 40 pixels. Now let's go into mobile mode. Let's scroll down and mobile mode is looking good. All right, let's go back in desktop mode. Let's select our info box, then go to Style, Call to Action, then click on the typography icon. Size should be set to 13 pixels, and you know the drill now. Letter spacing should be set to 1 pixel. Now, if you hadn't forgotten that setting for the letter spacing while we were building the desktop version, we wouldn't have to do this for every single button or call to action. But hey, that's how life goes. And as I said in the intro, it's almost impossible to get everything 100% perfect from the first draft. So this is something you have to learn when you build a website. Just enjoy the process, enjoy the journey. And next time, who knows, you won't forget that setting, but you may well forget another one. So just be at ease with it. Know that it's really part of the process. All right, next, let's select our image here. And we want to go to the Style tab. And then where you see radius, we want to give it a radius of 5 pixels all around in order to maintain that consistency that we had with the rest of the images on the website. I'm not talking about the background images, but the image blocks that we've been using. All right, let's save our work. And finally, for this page, let's select our call to action banner container. And first of all, with the container selected, you want to go to General, then Container Type. And where you see minimum height, you want to go in tablet mode, click on the VH unit and give it a value of 45 VH. Next, click on the mobile icon and make sure the value is set to 394 pixels. And let me scroll down, and that's how it looks. Next, let's go back in desktop mode. Then let's go to Style. Let's scroll down, open the spacing subtab. And for the padding, let's give it a value of 60 pixels all around. So I'm just going to click to link the values, and now we got 60 pixels all around. Next, let's go in tablet mode. Values are already set. Just double check is 50, 20, 50, 20. And the same for the mobile. All right, let's go back in desktop mode. And next, let's select our info box block. And first of all, you want to go to General, Call to Action, scroll down, click on the button icon, and we're looking for chevron right. So click on it and click on Insert Icon. Next, you want to click on the Style tab. Now let's scroll back up, and where you see Call to Action, you want to click on the typography icon, give it a value of 13 pixels. Then where you see Transform, click on the drop down and select uppercase. Next, let's scroll down, and where you see letter spacing, select the pixel value and type 1. Great. Let's save. And now let's take a look at what we built. So for reference, this is our homepage. So as you can see, it's looking great. Now let's take a look at the tablet version. And with all the work we did, it's now looking great here on the tablet. If you have a physical tablet, you can always test. It's even better, but this is pretty accurate. Now let's take a look at the mobile version. So this is our hero. Then we have our services with our animation, our image, banner, and footer. All looking good. All right, next, let's make our about page responsive. Okay, back in the WordPress admin, I'm going to leave this browser tab open with the homepage in edit mode. And I'm going to go back to our previous browser tab. If you recall, I told you to leave it open, but if you close it, no panic, just go back to pages, all pages. And I'm going to open the about page, but with the same technique. I'm going to hover over it, and where you see edit, right click, open in a new tab. Now let's navigate to this browser tab. And first of all, let's click on the document overview icon. Let's select our page header container, then go to Style. And here you see the image. Let's scroll down. And here, let's click in the middle of the image. So as you can see, with the dot, we can select the position of the image, and we want to put it in the middle. All right, now let's scroll down and let's select this text here. Now for this website, we don't want to use this font. So let's go to Style. If you click on typography, you can see that the font was selected here in the drop down. Now, if you want to revert, we could set default, and it would revert back to Poppins, because this is what we set in the Astra customizer. Or we could also manually select Poppins here in the list. But then if someday, let's say we want to change the font across all the website, we would need to come back to this spot and change it one more time. So it's way better to just select default. So let's close this and let's open the spacing subtab. Now let's click on the responsive icon, go in tablet mode, and we want to give it 0 all across the board, and the same for the mobile mode. 0, 0, 0, and 0 for the padding. All right, let's go back in desktop mode. Now let's scroll down. It's all looking good. And if you want to be sure, let's go in tablet mode. So as you can see, it's looking good. And let's go in mobile mode, and all is looking good. Now, let me go back in desktop mode. And as you can see here, we have the same exact banner we have on the home page. And if you recall, on the home page, we already made some responsive changes. So instead of doing it again, a better alternative is just to go back to the home page, copy that block and paste it here, which is exactly what we're going to do. So let's navigate back to our home page in edit mode. If you recall, I told you not to close this browser tab. If you didn't, no panic, just go back to pages, all pages, and reopen the home page in edit mode. So we're going to scroll down, and there it is. So I'm going to select the container here. And if you want to be sure, open the document overview. You see our call to action banner container here. Click on the 3 dots and hit copy. And now let's go back to the about page in edit mode. I'm just going to collapse everything. I'm going to select the call to action banner, click on the 3 dots, and then I'm going to select add before. And then where you see type, I'm just going to right click and hit paste. All right, so that's the good version. And this one at the bottom, I'm just going to select it, click on the 3 dots and hit delete. All right, so let's save our work. And now let's check what we built. So this is the desktop version. As you can see, it's all looking good, but it was already the case before this video. Just double checking here. Now let's move on to the tablet version. So this is our hero section. And as we scroll down, as you can see, everything is looking great for the tablet. And now let's take a look at the mobile version, looking good. Let's scroll down. And as you can see, everything is looking neat. Awesome. And next, let's make our services page responsive. So back in WordPress admin, in pages, all pages, I'm gonna hover over services, edit, right click and open link in a new tab. Now let me navigate to this tab, and the first thing we see is our hero container. So let me open the document overview. So that's our page header container. Now, once again, we already did all the work in the about page for the same container. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to navigate back to the about page. So this is the about page in edit mode that I left open in a browser tab. I'm going to select the page header container, click on the 3 dots and hit copy. All right. Now let me navigate back to the services page, select the page header container, click on the 3 dots, click add before. And here where it says type, I'm going to right click and hit paste. Next, I'm going to select the previous one right below, click on the 3 dots and hit delete. So all I need to do now is change the content. So first I'm going to change the text to services. And then I'm going to select the page header container, go to style, and I'm going to change the image back to the image we had for the services. So I'm going to select this image, then click on select. All right, so let's scroll down. And next, I'm going to select this info box here. Now it looks like a button. It is a button, but within an info box. The only difference is that the title and description have been removed. Now, how do I know that? Well, if you've been following the course, you know that all you need to do is select a block and then look here in the top right corner, you see the name of the block. So with our info box selected, you want to go to style, call to action, then click on the typography icon. Make sure the font size is set to pixels and the value should be set to 13 pixels. Next, where you see transform, click on the drop down and select uppercase. Next, scroll down and where you see letter spacing, you want to select pixels and give it a value of 1 pixel. All right, let's close this. And now still with our info box selected, you want to click here on the Spectra copy paste icon, hit copy style. And now let's scroll down to the second info box. Let's select it. This time, let's paste style and let's repeat the operation. Select the info box, Spectra copy paste icon and paste style. All right. So let me collapse our page header container as well as the other containers here. And next, let's select our credibility container. Then go to the style tab, spacing, And where you see padding for the desktop, these are the values. It should already be set like that. Next, click on the tablet icon. And this time you want to give it 80, 40, 40, and 40. All right. Now let's go in mobile mode. And actually, let's scroll down. And this time you want to give it 50, 20, 50, and 20. Next, let's go back in desktop mode and let's select our info box here. Next, you want to go to style, and for the icon background color, in a previous video, we set it to this color, but actually it's better if we select the same color as the background. And that's why I said at the beginning of this video that making your website responsive is also an opportunity to address mistakes or maybe things you've forgotten to do. So we're going to change the icon background color to color number 4. All right. So now I'm going to click here on the Spectra copy paste icon, copy style, and you probably know what I'm going to do. Select the next one, and this time I'm going to paste style, and let's repeat the operation for the third one. And you may have guessed it, let's do the same for the last one. All right, let's save our work. Now, as usual, let's take a tour in the front end. So this is the desktop version, and as you can see, it's looking beautiful. Now let's move on to the tablet version, and here from the get-go, I'm having second thoughts. I'm thinking the page header should be taller. So we're going to address that here and also in the About page because we have the same header in the About page, but that's super easy to do. Now for the rest, let's scroll down, it's looking good. But here you can see we're missing the icons. They're gone. We'll fix that in a moment. So now let's take a look at the mobile version. So once again, I want the page header to be a bit taller here. And for the rest, looking good. But if we scroll down to the bottom, you'll see we have the same issue. Super easy to fix. So back in edit modes, let me select my page header container here in the document overview. Then go to general, container type, and where you see minimum height, the value, the unit is set to VH, and the value is 85 for the desktop. Now let's move on to the tablet. And here it's set to pixels. So let's move it to VH and let's give it a value of 65. Next, let's select mobile. And once again, let's change the unit to VH. And this time, let's give it a value of 55. So let me save our work. But if you recall, we need to do the same thing for the About page. Hence why I said it's better to leave all these browser tabs open. So let me navigate back to the About page and let's do the same thing with our page header container selected. Minimum height, let's move on to tablet, VH 65. And let's go into mobile mode, VH and 55. And let's save. So that's all we have to do for the About page. So let's come back to our services page and let's go into desktop mode. Now let me scroll down and I'm going to select one info box here. And here in the document overview, you can see that they are within a container. All the info boxes are within this container here. So let me select this container, then go to advanced, responsive conditions. And as you can see, here it's hidden on the tablet and on the mobile. And that's the reason why we could not see it in the front end. So let me toggle this off. And the same for the mobile. Now let's hit save. And now if we go back to the front end and refresh, as you can see, our icons are back. Now let's do the same thing for the mobile. Let me refresh. And there you go. Next, let's make our testimonials page responsive. So back in the WordPress admin in pages, all pages, you want to hover over testimonials, edit, right click, and open in a new tab. Now let's navigate to this browser tab, open the document overview, and let's select our testimonials container. Next, you want to collapse the container type subtab and open the layout subtab. So here in desktop mode, you can see the direction is set to row if you hover over it. Now let's go to the tablet mode and let's change it to column. All right. So let's go back in desktop mode. Then go to style, spacing, and where you see padding, these values should already be set for the desktop. Now let's go to the tablet mode. And for the padding, let's give it 40 pixels all around. So I'm just going to click on the link values icon and I'm going to type 40. And now we have 40 pixels all around. Now let's go in mobile mode. Let's unlink the values and let's give it 30, 10, 20, and 10. And that's in pixels. Now let's go back in desktop mode. Let's expand our testimonials container and let's select the testimonials left subcontainer. Next, go to general. And now let's go into tablet mode. And where you see custom width, you want to select percentage and give it 100%. And where you see minimum height, you want to give a value of 0. Next, go to style, spacing, and still in tablet mode for the padding values, you want to unlink the values and give it 80, 40, 80, and 40. Next, go in mobile mode and this time give it 80, 20, 80, and 20 pixels. Next, go back to tablet mode and in the document overview, you want to select the testimonials right subcontainer. Then go to general and where you see custom width, just like before, select percentage and make it 100%. Next, where you see minimum height, give it a value of 0. And next, click on save. Now let's go to the front end and this is our testimonials page on the desktop. Let's move on to the tablet version. As you can see, it's looking good. And finally, let's move on to the mobile version. And as you can see, it's looking equally good. Next, let's make our blog responsive. So if you recall, we created a blog and I showed you how to do it 3 different ways. With the free version of Astra, with the free version of Spectra, and finally a combo of both Astra Pro and Spectra Pro. So let's start with the blog made with the free version of Astra. So this is what it currently looks like on the desktop. This is our tablet version and this is our mobile version. So it's just a few minor tweaks we want to do. And since version number 1 of our blog is based on Astra, well, everything happens in the Astra customizer. But first of all, let's go to settings, reading, and where you see post page, let's select the blog page. Then click on save changes. So if you don't remember, by doing this, basically we are telling WordPress that anything that's currently on the blog page is overridden by the Astra customizer settings and the Astra blog. So this is what we had before. This is the Spectra version, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But with the action we just did, now if I refresh the page, as you can see, this is the blog from the Astra customizer. So back in WordPress, you want to go to Astra, customize, then go to blog, blog archive, and where you see blog title area, you want to click here on the arrow, then click on the design tab and let's scroll down to where you see margin. Now let's go to our blog page and this is our blog page. So where you see margin in the desktop mode is going to be 0, 0, 20, and 0. Now let's move to tablet mode and now it's going to be 0, 0, 30, 0. And finally for the mobile mode, 0, 0, 20, and 0. Now let's go back in desktop mode. Let's scroll back up. Let's go back one step, one more, and let's go to single post. And actually I can open a single post here. Next, still in single post, click on design. And where you see inside, you want to click on the icon twice to go in mobile mode. Now let me unlink the values by clicking on this icon. And for the values is going to be 0, 20, 20, and 20. Now let me go back in desktop mode. Let me scroll down. And as you can see here, we see the button doesn't quite look like what we want. Now within Spectra, we change the buttons the way we want, but some blocks just take the settings from the Astra customizer. So let's fix that now. So let's go back. Let's go back again. Next, go to global, buttons. And for the text color, select color number 6. The text hover color should be set to color number 9. Background color should be set to color number 5. And background color should be set to color number 4. And next, where you see border radius, you want to give it a value of 30 pixels all around. So let me select here the link value icon, and I'm just going to type 30. And now it's 30 pixels all across the board. So let's click on publish to save our work. So this is what we now have in the front end. This is our desktop version. Now here is our tablet version and our mobile version. All right, now let's take care of the Spectra version of our blog. So back in WordPress admin, in settings, reading, let's revert back. So here, let's click on select and hit save changes. And now right away, if we go back to the front end and refresh, we reverted back to what we created in a previous video. So this is the Spectra free version. And here is the tablet version and the mobile version. And honestly, there's almost nothing to change, just a minor thing. So back in WordPress admin, you want to go to pages, all pages, and where you see blog, you want to hover over it, right click on edit and open link in a new tab. Now let's navigate to this browser tab, open the document overview, and let's select our blog archive container. Then let's go into mobile mode and go to style, spacing, and where you see padding, you want to click on the link values icon. Then you want to type 10 for 10 pixels. And now we have 10 pixels all around. And as you can see, now it's breathing here around the edges. Next, click on save, and that's it. And if we go back to the front end, this is the previous state before the changes we just made. And now let me refresh and look at the edges. And there you go. Now it's breathing. Next, let's take care of the Pro version of our blog with the combo of Astra Pro and Spectra Pro. So in case you forgot, this is the desktop version of our Pro combo made with the site builder from Astra Pro as well as Spectra Pro to make it look gorgeous. And when we click on the posts, we also changed this single post template and we get this. So let's start with the post archive. So in WP admin, you want to hover over Astra site builder, but don't click on it. I'm just going to right click and open in a new tab. Next, navigate to this tab and click on archive, then hover over the image and click on edit. Click on the document overview icon, expand the blog archive container, then expand the loop builder, the wrapper, and select this container here. Next, where you see minimum height, you want to go in tablet mode, select pixels as a unit, and give it a value of 300 pixels. Next, go in mobile mode and repeat the operation, but this time give it a value of 200 pixels. All right, let's collab this subtab and let's open the layout subtab. And here you want to make sure justify content is set to flex end. And now let's repeat the operation for the tablet. Justify content, flex end. Great. Now, click on the Style tab and scroll down to where you see spacing. And for the padding, remember we are in tablet mode. Padding should be set to 20 pixels all around. And now let's move on to the mobile. And once again, 20 pixels all around. Now, if you notice, if you go back to tablet mode, the button read more is fine. But if you go back to mobile mode, you see it's aligned on the left. So let's select our button. And actually here in the document overview, you can see the button is selected, but what we really want to select is the buttons group here, the buttons container. And here in general, where you see overall alignment, select center. Great. Now let's save. And now let's take care of our single blog post. So for that, click on the icon here in the top left corner, then click on single, hover over the image and click on edit. Next, click on the document overview icon and let's select our hero header container. Next, go to general and where you see minimum height on the desktop, it's 65 VH. Now let's go in tablet mode. Make sure VH is selected as a unit and give it a value of 45 VH. Now let's repeat the operation for mobile and let's give it once again 45 VH. Now while we're in mobile mode, let's select our heading here, then go to style, typography, and let's give it a size of 28 pixels. All right, so let's close this and this. Next, let's collapse our hero header and let's expand our content header. Then let's expand the loop builder. And finally, let's select our wrapper here. Let's go in tablet mode. And for the tablet, we want to change the number of columns to 1. And the same for the mobile, but by default, it's already set to 1. Next, let's go back in tablet mode. Let's expand our wrapper and let's select the container within. Then go to General, Minimum Height, select Pixels and give it a value of 200 pixels. And next, go in mobile mode. Let me scroll down. Once again, select Pixels and this time give it a value of 150 pixels. Next, collapse the Container tab subtab and open the Layout subtab. And where you see Justify Content, you want to select Flex End, and let's repeat the operation for the tablet. Justify Content, Flex End. Next, go to Style, and let's scroll down to where it says Spacing. Let's check the desktop version, and as you can see for the desktop version, we have 20 pixels all around. Now let's go in tablet mode, and let's set it also to 20 pixels all around. And let's repeat the operation for the mobile. Let me scroll down. And one more time, 20 pixels all around. And next, click on Save. Okay, so let's take a look in the front end. And for reference, this is the desktop version. So if we click on any blog post, we get access to the single blog post template that we created from scratch. We got this image here, and then we got the text content, and we got the more posts, and then you can leave a comment. And now this is the responsive tablet version. As you can see, we can go to the next page if we want, then click on the blog post, and there you go. Once again, we got our image, our text, and we got the more posts. And last but not least, this is the mobile version. Let's open this blog post. Once again, we got our image, our content, and we got our more posts section. Awesome. Now let's make our contact page responsive. So back in WP admin, go to pages, all pages. And this is the last page we're going to edit to make it responsive. So you can hover over contact and click on edit. Now, if you recall, you already did the work for this page header. So we're just going to copy it from the services page. So just navigate to the services page, which should still be open. Then select the page header container, click on the 3 dots and hit copy. And now navigate back to the contact page. Click on the document overview icon, and where you see page header container, click on the 3 dots, hit add before, and then where you see type, right click and paste. Now we're going to remove this one. So I'm just going to select it here, select the 3 dots, hit delete. And now let me scroll back up. First of all, let me change the text to contact. Then let me select the page header container, go to style, change image, and let me select the appropriate image. All right, now let me scroll down. Looking good here, but let's go in tablet mode. Looking fine. And now let's go in mobile mode. And here, for example, I can do something with this button. So let me select the form here. And actually, I'm going to select the form block. So this one here. Then you want to go to General. Then navigate to the Submit Button subtab. And where you see button alignment, you can either choose center or full width. And I'm going to choose full width. Now let me go back in desktop mode. Let me scroll down and let me select the who we are container here. Actually, there's a paragraph just below. Let me select it and delete that. And now with my who we are container selected, I'm going to go to style, spacing, then go into mobile mode, and I'm slightly going to change it. So it's going to be 50, 20, 0, and 20. And let's hit save. So as usual, let's go to the front end, and for reference, this is the desktop version looking beautiful. Now let's move on to the tablet version. And right from the get-go, we can see that the padding is not exactly what it should be. The content is really too close to the edges, but we're going to fix that. And for the rest, it's looking good. Now let's move on to the mobile version. And if we scroll down, we can see it's looking good also. All right, let me scroll back up and let's address this issue here with the padding. So back in WordPress, let me go into tablet mode. Now let's select the form container. So I'm just going to collapse everything. So let's select the form container here, not to be confused with the form block, which we changed earlier. So select the form container. Then you want to go to style, spacing, and where you see padding, we're going to change the values. So I'm just going to click on the link icon values. And as you can see, now it's 50 pixels all around. All right, now let's move on to mobile. And here I'm going to unlink the values and just change the top value to 40. So it's 40, 20, 70, 20. Now let's hit save. And now if I go back to the front end in tablet mode, let me refresh. And as you can see, it's looking way better. Congratulations! You are now equipped with the knowledge to create a fully responsive, modern-looking website. Next, we will go through a checklist you should absolutely go through if you want your website launch to be a success. So, launching a website without a checklist is like trying to drive a Lamborghini but without a steering wheel. Or with the pizza. Yeah. And by the way, if you want to keep this launch checklist as a reference, we've turned it into a convenient file that you can download from the description of this video. So without wasting any time, let's start with our WordPress website launch checklist. First, SSL, which stands for Secure Sockets Layer. And basically, this is the way to tell the browser that your website is secured. For example, here in Chrome, you can see I just click on this icon and it says the connection is secure. And if I click on it, it gives more details and says that the certificate is valid. Now, previously in this course, I showed you how to get a web hosting plan and a domain name configured with SSL. Next, website title and tagline. So in WordPress, you want to go to Settings, General, and here in the first field, you can change your website title, but don't forget just below we have the tagline. By default, it says just another WordPress site, or here in this case, just another Astra starter template site. So let's replace this with our slogan, a digital agency even your mom loves. Yeah. Now it's important to change this because this could appear in search engines, so you don't want the generic tagline. Now once you're done, scroll to the bottom of the page and click on Save Changes. Next, admin email. So still in Settings General, you can change here the administration email address. And if your email address is different from the one you see here, this is the time to change it because all important communication from your website will be sent to that email address. And as usual, once you're done, click on Save Changes. Next, time zone settings. So we're still in Settings General, and right here we can find the time zone settings. So we can either leave it to UTC +0, or even better, we can change it to the time zone we're in. And that's important because let's say an event happened and you want to find out, oh, at what time did that happen? At least you won't have to calculate at what time it really did happen. So to change the time zone, just click on the drop down, select the appropriate time zone, and as usual, once you've made your changes, just scroll down to the bottom of the page and click on Save Changes. Next, permalinks. So in WordPress, you want to go to Settings, Permalinks, and if you don't know what a permalink is, well, let's say that without permalinks, your website URLs would look something like this. So instead of about or services, you would just see a random number from the database. Now, as you can see here, there are many options, but the one most recommended is post name. So make sure you set to post name, then scroll down and click on Save Changes. Next, make sure your website is visible to search engines. So in WordPress, you want to go to Settings, Reading, and right here you see the search engine visibility option. So make sure this is not selected. Now, usually when we start a project, we select this option so that we can build the website quietly without anyone knowing. So make sure you unselect this option and then click on Save Changes. Because if you don't do this, search engines like Google may not even know that your website exists. Next, make sure maintenance mode is off. So if you're using some kind of maintenance mode that only allows you to see your website while you're building it, this is the time to deactivate it. So for example, with Spectra, you want to go to Spectra, Settings, then click on Site Visibility. And right here, you have two options, Enable Coming Soon mode and Enable Maintenance mode. And with maintenance mode turned on, this is what it looks like with a custom page and design created with Spectra. So make sure you turn it off. And now if someone tries to access your website, now they can. Next, making sure your 404 page works. And if you're wondering what a 404 page is, it's basically a page that indicates that the server could not find what was requested. Let me show you. So for example, here I'm on my website, and let's say I want to access a page that does not exist. So I'm going to add / blah blah blah. And if I hit enter, as you can see, we get the default 404 page. This page doesn't seem to exist. And then we have a search field. And that should come by default when you install your WordPress theme. And in this case, we're using the Astra theme. And this page is important because a user might land on your website. You might be looking for a page that used to be there. The page is not there anymore, and you don't want them to leave the website. So giving them option like a search field is great to help the website viewers find what they're looking for, or at the very least funnel them to another part of your website. And if you want to take this to the next level, you may want to consider Astra Pro because it now comes with a site builder, so you can create custom 404 pages. So now on this website, I've installed Astra Pro, and with the site builder, I created a custom 404 page. So if I try to access this URL that you see on screen, which does not exist, and type enter, as you can see, I got a fully custom 404 page that's way more stylish and matches my brand. Next, optimization. So let's take a look at Spectra. So in WordPress, you want to go to Spectra, Settings, then click on the Performance tab. And even though Spectra is one of the fastest WordPress visual website builders, here you'll find even more options to optimize your website. Options such as load Google fonts locally, preload local fonts, and cherry on the cake, allow only selected fonts. So all of that is going to make your website even faster. But the idea here is that you may want to do this for each and every plugin on your website, if they have these kind of options, of course. Next, install an anti-spam plugin. Nobody likes spam. And if for some reason you do, please let me know in the comments. But personally, I hate it with a passion. Now, luckily, there are easy solutions. So in WordPress, you want to go to Plugins, add new plugin, and then in the search field, type anti-spam B. And there you go. Click on Install Now and activate. And voila, the spam fight is on. Now, if you want to go further, click on Settings, take a look at the self-explanatory options, make your changes, and once you're happy with it, click on Save Changes. Next, remove unneeded plugins. So, talking about plugins, as you may know, having too many plugins can really impact the performance of your website. So in WordPress, you want to go to Install Plugins. And now is the time to delete any plugin that you don't need, maybe plugins you installed during development, or just plugins that came with your install. So hit delete and approve the prompt. And voila, the undesired plugin was successfully deleted. Next, remove unneeded items. So usually when you start creating your website, you're going to create a few pages, posts, you're going to add images that later down the road, you're not going to need anymore. So for example, in WordPress, go to Pages, All Pages, select the pages that you don't need anymore, then click on the drop down, and if you really don't need it anymore, just move it to trash. Otherwise, you can keep it in draft for the time being. But here, let's say I want to get rid of it, just click on Move to Trash and click on Apply. Next, Images. So in WordPress, you want to go to Media, Library, and here you can either open an image and then click on Delete Permanently, or if you need to select several images, just click on Bulk Select and then select the images you want to delete and hit Delete Permanently. Yes, permanently. They will never, ever, ever be seen again. Next, make sure your logo is set correctly. So for this project, we've been using the Astra theme. So let's go to Astra, Customize. And as mentioned before, on this website, we have two headers, a transparent header. And if we go to the testimonials page, we have a standard header. So we want to check that both logos are correctly set. Next, make sure your favicon is set. So to change the site icon in WordPress admin, you want to go to Astra, Customize. Then right here, you will see the style guide icon. So just click on it and you will see the current site icon here, which is the default WordPress logo. So just click on it and there you go. Click on select site icon and I'm going to pick this one. Then click on select and voila. This is what your users will now see in their browser tab. And as always, don't forget to hit publish. And if you've been following the course, you know that we provided all the course files so you can try with this favicon. But of course, the idea here is that when you create your own website with your own logo, you upload your own favicon. Next, image optimization. Images can really impact the performance of your website. So in a previous video, I've shown you how to optimize this image that weighs 12 megabytes or 12,000 kilobytes as you prefer. And then we optimize it to this image. And tell me if you can see a difference. Image 1, image 2, image 1, image 2. So as I said, the image 1 is 12,000 kilobytes and image 2 is 73 kilobytes. So make sure you optimize all images on your website, and if you don't know how to do it, just go watch that video once you're done watching this one. Next, make sure your website is responsive. So the time of building websites for just one type of device, like a laptop for example, and just one resolution, well, that time is gone because today we have huge screens, small screens, tablets, smartphones, and the traffic on smartphones is huge. So just make sure the desktop, tablet, and mobile versions look good. So you're gonna have to go through each and every page on your website. I know it takes time, but hey, if you want results, you need to work for it. And once you've done it, then you're pretty much set. Next, make sure your content is SEO ready. Now, in case you don't know, SEO is the process of making a website more visible in search results in order to increase the quantity and quality of organic or free website traffic. And SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization. Now, the topic of SEO is so vast and is completely beyond the scope of this video. But if you need help, I will point you to a blog post on our website with a complete guide for SEO. But in a nutshell, SEO starts with how you create your content, whether it's the text, the tags like the H1 tags, and you will learn about all that in the guide, whether it's the images with the importance of adding alt text, like for example, here on this image, is described as digital strategist using a digital tablet, or whether it's the rest of the text on your website with the keyword density and strategies to capture your audience. But once again, you will find all information in this ultimate guide on our website. Next, add a SEO plugin. To make your life easier when it comes to SEO, as you may imagine, there are a few plugins out there. For example, Rank Math SEO or SEO Press, just to name a few. And these plugins will really help you to tackle all aspects of SEO, from SEO grades, keyword density, and even how to deal with images. So if you want to rank organically in Google and want to make your life easier, make sure you add a SEO plugin. Next, add a social share image. Now, as we just saw, SEO plugins can take care of many things. And one of these things is social share images. So basically, when you want to share the URL of your website, an image is going to be displayed on social media. And you want to make sure you can control which image is shared. Otherwise, it's very frustrating because it's going to pick one image and you will never know why this image is shared when you post on social media. So if you install the SEO plugin, that should be easy to do. But I really want to stress this out because there are so many options in these plugins that it's easy to skip this option. Next, create an XML sitemap. But first, what is an XML sitemap? Well, sitemaps is a protocol in XML format meant for a webmaster? I haven't heard that term in a long time. To inform search engines about URLs on a website that are available for web crawling. So basically, it's a way to tell the search engines, hey, this is the site map. The map of the website. Yeah. And once again, if you have a SEO plugin, you should have that option, but don't skip it because we will need this later. Next, check that your links are working. Now, links are what make websites and the internet go around, so you want to make sure your links are not broken. And guess what? If you install a SEO plugin, you should have that option also, like for example in Rank Math or in SEO Press. So make sure all your links are working, internal links, external links, and also check your social media links. Next, make sure you have a privacy policy page. So it depends where you live, but in this day and age, in most places, you must have a privacy policy page when you have a website. So for that, you want to go to Pages, All Pages. Now, by default, WordPress comes with a privacy policy page that is in draft mode, but the idea here is that you're going to replace the content by your own content and then publish the page. Now, on a side note, if you want to be on the safe side, ask a lawyer what your text should be. And if you can't find this page or maybe you deleted it, you can always go to Settings, Privacy, And here you can decide to create a new page, or you can go in the drop down and say, hey, my privacy policy page is actually my homepage. Next, GDPR. The General Data Protection Regulation is a European Union regulation on information privacy in the European Union and the European Economic Area. Now, the truth is, even if you're not in that region, but if you do business with people in that region, you may be subject to comply with GDPR. Now, GDPR is a vast topic and it's beyond the scope of this video. But the first step is to try to use GDPR compliant tools as much as possible. And even though WordPress comes with some native GDPR options, the next step will be to get a dedicated plugin. Like for example, WordPress GDPR and CCPA. Now we're talking about GDPR, but of course, this also applies to all different regulations in the world. So depending on where you're based, you may be subject to a different regulation. So the rule of thumb is look if there is a plugin for it, something that really helps to comply with the law, and just implement to the best of your ability. And with the right tool, it's not as complicated as it seems. Next, add Google Analytics. So, as you may know, Google Analytics is a free tool that helps you understand your customers across devices and platforms. Basically, it's statistics. The tool is free, so if you don't already have an account, click on Get Started today to create an account, and then you will need to add your website. So you will receive a key, and you will need to add this key to your website. And for that, you can either use a dedicated plugin, or once again, if you added an SEO plugin, you should find an option to add that code. Next, check your grammar and spelling. There's nothing worse than having a beautiful and modern website crippled with spelling and grammatical errors. So make sure your website is free of those errors. And in this day and age, especially with AI, that should be pretty easy to do. Next, proofread your content on all pages. So we've just talked about spelling and grammar, but what about meaning? Reread the sentences and make sure that it actually makes sense to what you're trying to convey. You may be surprised about what you find. Next, remove WordPress revisions. Every time you make a change in WordPress and hit publish or save, WordPress is going to create what is called a revision. And basically it's a snapshot of the changes you made. And the reason is that with this, you can go back in time and just roll back to a previous version. Now that's great, but the issue is after a while, especially if you work on a bigger website or on a bigger project, your database might get bloated and that's going to impact the performance of your website. So to solve that, you can add a plugin. So if you go to plugins, add new plugin and type revisions, you'll find a few of these plugins. But if you're using WP Rocket, which is a caching plugin, that will speed up your website dramatically. You can just go to database and then you can optimize the database. Here in just one click, I can select the revisions and then just save changes and optimize, and it's going to delete all revisions. Now, I advise you to do this once the project is completely finished, completely done. You know, you're just about to launch, then it's fine. But while you're still building it, you may want to keep the revisions for the time being. But like I said, once you're ready, just delete those revisions. Next, check all web forms on your website. Having a contact form on your website is a must-have nowadays, but you want to make sure that it actually works. So try sending a message through the contact form and make sure you receive the email. And if you don't, you're going to need to debug it. And in the previous video in this course, I've shown you how to set up your forms with the default Spectra form block. But whatever plugin or solution you're using, the rule is the same. Just test it and make sure that it works. And if you want to take it even further, you may want to take a look at an awesome plugin called SureForms. Next, check the performance of your website. Basically, you can use free tools like Pingdom Tools or PageSpeed Insights to double check the performance of your website. And if your website is not performing the way it should, for example, you get a very bad score on these tools and you see some big red flags, then it may be time to go back to the drawing board and optimize your website. For example, by optimizing your images, as we've previously talked about in this video. Next, media and licensing. Great images can have a significant impact on your credibility. But please don't be that person that just goes to Google and steals images, especially in this day and age where you can get free images with AI or with free websites like Pexels or Pixabay, just to name a few. But as usual, always read the terms and conditions, and when in doubt, just contact the copyright owner. Next, add a security plugin. Taking time to build a beautiful and modern website only to find out it was hacked just days after it was launched Makes no sense. So in WordPress, go to plugins, add new plugin, and then look for plugins like Malcare, Patchstack, Security, or Solid Security, which used to be called iTheme Security. Now, all of these plugins are different, but they do the same thing. They're going to protect your website against external attacks. They come with a free version, and they usually come with a ton of tutorial for you to set them up. So do yourself a favor and protect your website. Next, add a caching plugin. In case you don't know, caching is storing copies of files in a cache so that cached content can be accessed quickly. In other words, it's going to make your website way faster. And if you're looking for free options, all you need to do is go to plugins, add new plugin, and just type caching in the search field. Now, if you're looking for a next level caching solution and you don't mind paying for a premium, then we recommend WP Rocket. And on a side note, you may want to try a plugin like Perf Matters, which work alongside with your caching plugin and makes your website even more performant. Next, add a CDN. Now, on top of your caching plugin, the ultimate speed boost for your website is a CDN. And basically, a CDN is fast content delivery to your users anywhere in the world. So basically, when one of your users is trying to view your website from the end of the planet and your website hosting is on the other end of the planet, it might not be as fast as you want. So basically what a CDN does, and CDN stands for Content Delivery Network, the CDN is going to duplicate your website and store cached copies in many places in the globe. And that means that your website viewers are always going to get served the closest copy of your website, thus making the experience way faster. Next, cross-browser testing. You might be surprised how your website looks on different browsers like Chrome, Firefox, Safari, and so on. So the best thing you can do is try it for yourself, try it in private or incognito mode, and possibly try it on some other device. It's not the device you are developing the website on. Now, if instead you prefer using a tool, hop on Google and just type cross-browser website testing and you will see a ton of options. And at this stage, if you find any errors from one browser to the other, it's time to debug. Now, the good news is that Internet Explorer is a thing of the past, so you're lucky you won't have to deal with that. But if you found a bug, it may be time to go back and make some changes. Next, cross-devices testing. So just like the testing for the browsers, you also want to test for various devices. You want to test for a desktop, but desktop is very wide. You want to test on a big screen, on a smaller screen, like a tiny laptop, for example. You want to try on a tablet, you want to test on a smartphone, you name it. Now, of course, unless you have all these devices, it might be a bit difficult. So the first thing you can do is just test it in your browser. And if you have an external screen, just see how it looks if you have a bigger screen. But then what you can do also is go on a page here, for example, in Google Chrome, right click, then click on Inspect. And make sure you have this icon selected. So by default, this is what you will see, and click on that icon, which is a responsive icon. Next, here in the dropdown, you can change the device. So let's say I want to try iPhone 12 Pro. Well, this is how it looks like. So as you can see, I have many different devices and brands, and I can even click edit and add new ones. Now, this is not perfect. The best thing to do is to try on a real device, but if you can't, at least you can try this solution. And as usual, if you prefer using a dedicated tool, just go to Google and type cross-devices website testing. Next, cross-OS testing. So you thought we were done with testing, but nope, because ideally you would test your website on the macOS operating system and on the Windows operating system. And if you're really hardcore, you can test your website on Linux. I'm just kidding. But the rule of thumb is, and that's valid for all tests, whether it's the browser, the type of devices, or the operating system, you want to optimize for where your audience is going to be. So if most of your audience would be on a Mac, it makes sense to optimize first for the macOS operating system, and vice versa. If they're on Windows, optimize for Windows. Same thing for the browsers and same thing for devices. If you know that 90% of the people are going to view your website on a smartphone, then you should spend more time optimizing on the smartphone. Now, if you don't have both a Mac and a Windows machine, there are free solutions, and I'm going to talk about it in a moment. And that moment is right now, because next you're going to ask friends and colleagues to scan your website. Not only is it free, unless of course your friends ask you for money, but then are they really friends? And next, Chances are some will be on Windows, some will be on the Mac, and then when it comes to the smartphone, some will be on iOS and some will be on Android. So you get it testing cross devices, cross browser for free. But that means you need to have friends, of course. But if you don't, just ask your colleagues. Yeah. Next, add your website to the Search Console. So if you want to add your website to Google, it's free. Just type Search Console and click on the first link. Next, click on Start Now. Now, if you're not logged in, you will be prompted to log in. If you don't have a Google account, just create it. It's free. And then all you need to do is add your domain, click on Continue, and follow the instructions on screen. You will be asked to provide the XML sitemap that we talked about earlier on in this video and that you can get from your SEO plugin. And then sit back, relax, and after a few days, your website will be added in the Google search engine. Next, back up your website. At this stage, backing up your website is essential. I remember once I delivered a website to a client and he was so happy, but then a few months later, his web hosting bill arrived and he didn't see the email for months, so he didn't renew. And then he called me panicking, said, "Hey, I lost the website." So just imagine if I did not have a backup. Everything would be lost. He would have to pay again for the website, or in case he had built the website himself, he would have to start from scratch again. And that can be really depressing, especially when you've put a lot of time into building your website. Now, luckily for him, I had a backup. Whew. So I strongly encourage you to do the same. And if you're looking for a good tool for the job, just go to Plugins, add new plugin, and then in the search field, type WP Vivid without any space, and here it is. Click on Install, then Activate, and follow the instructions on screen. Next, and that may be the simplest one on this list, just launch. And that may mean sending a message to your friends and colleagues, or even, why not, throwing a party. And if a party is too much, how about a meetup? The thing is, you want to remember that day so that in the future you can look back and say, hey, this is the day we launched the website. Next, tell the world. So we've already launched the website, so you may think, what do you mean by tell the world? So when you launch, it might be better to just do a soft launch first, so just friends and family, for example. But now you want to tell the whole world. So for that, you're going to use your social media. So if you have a big following, that's going to help. But if you have no following, still share it on your social media. And you may want to use ads. You may want to boost your posts. And it's a bit different depending on which platform you are. But most of these platforms have ads. So you're going to have to put a little bit of budget, but that's really going to help to let the world know, hey, there's a new website and this is what we do. And ideally, you would direct them to a landing page, but that's a debate for another video. And if you do have a newsletter, now is the time to spread the good news and hit send. Now, some other things you may want to do is a game where people are actually going to win something. Of course, they'll be more interested in the prize, but what you want is to let people know that you're launching the website. So you want to have a lot of eyes seeing your brand and the message that a new website is out. And cherry on the cake, the game could be about finding some info that is hidden somewhere on the website. Just a little tip. Next, and that's probably my favorite one, pat yourself on the back. And by that I mean celebrate. It could be having your best beer, or eating your favorite junk food, or healthy food. It could be playing your favorite video game, or going on a weekend trip with your significant other to celebrate. Now, I know it may sound like a lot and you may say, hey, it's just launching a website. But even if it's just buying a chocolate bar, give yourself a reward. Because my friend, you deserved it. And if you followed the whole course, you deserve it even more. 2 chocolate bars for you. Now, if you want to keep this launch checklist as a reference, we've turned it into a convenient file that you can download from the description of this video. So congratulations, your website should now be fully ready, and we hope that you enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed making it. So now the question is, when do you plan to launch your website and what is your website about? Please let us know in the comments below. Whew, it's done, I can't believe it. How many days, weeks? The course is finally done. Let me pat myself on the back. And here's my treat. So good. I've been dreaming about you for weeks.